Okay, welcome everyone to the annual meeting of the Association of Sudanese-American Professors in America, ASAPA. My name is Al-Fatih Al-Tahir, and I serve as the chair of the executive committee of ASAPA. The program for our annual meeting, basically it has a two-day program, two-day agenda. Today is the scientific meeting, which is open to everyone. And tomorrow, Sunday, will be the business meeting, which is only open for the members of ASAPA. So for today's program, we have several sessions. The first session we're going to have is about agriculture. We have two presentations on that session, followed by an open discussion. The second session will be about transportation infrastructure. Transportation and infrastructure, and we're going to have three presentations on that session. The third is about education, especially distance learning technology, and the last session will be about health, and that will involve like two presentations. So we look forward for an engaging and very informative set of presentations and active discussions from everyone. So the first session, which as I described it, is on agriculture. And the first presentation, we are honored to have our guest today, Dr. Elsa Morano, the director of the Norman E. Borlaug Institute for International Agriculture, professor and president emerita. The topic of the presentation will be on enhancing lives through agricultural development. The bibliography for Dr. Morano is included with the program, and it's a very distinguished list of achievements, and I would invite you to review it in the document that has been shared by everyone. So without further delay, Dr. Morano, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you all very much, and good evening, and good afternoon, and good morning, depending on where we are. It is a pleasure to be here with you today to talk about what, of course, I think to be one of the main areas for helping countries stand up and elevate themselves, and that is agriculture. Because as we like to say here, at Texas A&M University, agriculture is life. There's no life without it. It's the food we eat, it's the clothes we wear, it's the wood for our homes. So without further ado, if I could, let me share my screen with you. I have a not tremendously long presentation here for you. So hopefully everybody can see.
Yes, we can see.
Excellent, very good. Well, some of you may not be familiar with Dr. Borlaug, who he was, and he is a namesake of our Institute for International Agriculture here at Texas A&M University. He is known everywhere as the father of the Green Revolution because he really was one of the first agricultural scientists who really said, you know, we need to use science to address some of the biggest problems around the world in food insecurity and so forth. So you see him there in the middle of a wheat field, and you see his statue, a 15-foot statue, is in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. That's how well known he was. And of course, he earned not only the Nobel Prize for his work, but also the Congressional Medal of Honor and the Presidential Medal of Science. And we had the privilege of having Dr. Borlaug here the last 25 years of his life as a kind of part-time professor. He was well into his 80s and 90s and was extremely dynamic individual, very perseverant, and gave us, you know, a lot of inspiration for the work that we do. So he was, as a scientist, as I described to you, his big thing was that he, at the time that he did his research in the 1960s, Pakistan, India, Mexico were starving to death. And so what he did is he wanted to develop a variety of wheat that would grow well in those regions that needed it the most. And so his innovation, and again, think about this is the 1960s. What he did is he planted his varieties twice a year because he was able to work in the area of Mexico City. And as soon as he would plant that, he would go up to the mountains. And so he was able to do things twice as fast. When you do plant breeding and developing hybrids, it can take a long time. So he accelerated it by doing this. And as you can see, the yields of wheat, just absolutely soared in Mexico, India, and Pakistan over time as they introduced the seed that he had developed. Well, I don't have to convince anybody here on the call, I don't think, about the fact that we have a lot of issues around the world, and Sudan certainly is one of the countries that has suffered the most, or as much as any other, and it's the world hunger. We had been doing very well globally, but then world hunger started to increase, and that's not even including the whole issue of the COVID-19 pandemic. And why it happens is there's a variety of reasons, but certainly one very important one is that we've had a lot of issues with climate, with either droughts or storms, and either way, the crops that people use to survive, are affected. And so we have to do something about that. And that is essentially the work of the Norman Borlaug Institute for International Agriculture. Our mission is to elevate smallholder farmers out of poverty and hunger through science, which is what Dr. Borlaug was all about. Because one of the things that we also know is that in addition to people, of course, starving to death if they don't have enough to eat, is that there are other consequences. And you know that better than most. Conflict arises, and then soldiers have to go in and try to do the best they can. There's also an issue with nutrition. And this graph here shows you the fact that 1/3 of children in developing countries are stunted. That's one of every 3 children is stunted. That means their brain never developed properly as they were growing up. And so, there goes their future, because even if later on they get enough to eat, when the brain was supposed to develop in the womb and as little children, babies, if it did not develop, then they cannot function. And so here's a picture that I often like to show people. This is in a village in Guatemala, and this is a company here in the US that started to provide some fortified canned meat to these villages. And anyway, there was a lady who was pregnant in this one particular village. She consumed the product through her pregnancy and so forth, and gave birth to this beautiful baby boy, full term, very healthy. But this is his 11-year-old sister. It's shocking when you see that, because obviously she was not able to benefit from that product while growing up. And of course, the issue of migration. People need to leave to go to better places where they can have enough food to eat and so forth, and actually a life and a future for themselves. So Dr. Borlaug said it best: peace cannot be built on empty stomachs or on human misery. Okay, very important. So our institute here at Texas A&M University, as I said to you already, what our mission is: elevate smallholder farmers out of poverty and hunger through science. We are kind of like an NGO, like an ungovernment organization, like an NGO sitting here in Texas A&M University with access to all of the experts at Texas A&M University in a variety of fields within agriculture, but even outside of agriculture, as well as a lot of other universities that we partner with and organizations that we partner with, as I will show you here in just a minute. To tell you about our portfolio, we are organized into regions. We have our Africa region, Asia, and Middle East. Actually, we have combined some of these aspects together, some of it into Africa, Latin America, Central Europe as well. Sometimes we get to do some work there. And most of our funding comes from USAID, the Agency for International Development, which is a State Department agency that is charged with funding this kind of work. The U.S. Department of Agriculture also funds some of our work. And then we've had some funding from some foundations and so forth. We have experience in 49 countries, as you can see there. We have not worked in Sudan, but we have worked in South Sudan. And I want to share with you some of the work that we did there. But you can see there that we have worked in some of the most interesting parts of the world, certainly the parts of the world that need help the most in terms of agriculture development. As I alluded to earlier, we partner with all manner of organizations around the world, with nonprofits as well as for-profit NGOs. You have here ACD IVOCA, Mercy Corps, Windrock, and so forth, NCBA CLUSA. I have the symbol here for the CGIAR. This is the network of research centers that you know that are around the world. One of them was a Center for Maize and Wheat Research in Mexico that Dr. Borlaug worked in to do his work. But there's many other centers, as you know. There's a center for livestock, ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute, and I actually happen to serve as the chair of the board of trustees of ILRI. Each of the centers, there's about 14 centers, has their own board of trustees, and they're all kind of connected together through a one main board of directors. So they do a lot of cutting edge work in agriculture, from tropical crops to livestock to water and so forth. And then I have the symbol here of the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities, just to symbolize the fact that we at the Borlaug Institute work with a lot of partner institutions, be it UC Davis, University of Florida, Iowa State University, whoever is doing work that maybe complements what we're doing, and we want to partner with each other, and we have done that for many, many years. As well as, of course, all of the different parts of Texas A&M, which is one thing that we have certainly learned is that agriculture might be where things begin, but it's not where it ends. You have to have engineering, you have to have the technology for infrastructure and many other things. You have to have education expertise, you have to have health components because of nutrition, because of food safety, because of disease prevention. You have to have veterinary medicine because of zoonotic diseases and so forth. So lots of different elements of the university we reach out to, even though we are located within agriculture, but we partner with everyone and everything that makes sense for us to do the projects that we do here at the Borlaug Institute, because no problem is unidimensional, as you know very well. These problems are big problems, and they require a variety of expertise. So in addition to our regional offices, we have an office for international training programs. And this is where we bring people from other countries here, actually, to Texas A&M University as part of the Cochrane Fellows Program or the Borlaug Fellows Program. These are programs that USDA has funded over years to identify whether it's government officials or scientists. They come here to the US, they get hosted by a university like Texas A&M University. And if it's scientists, we embed them into the laboratories of our science experts here at Texas A&M, Dr. Ibrahim being one of them, and he can tell you his participation in these programs for us. But also we bring sometimes government officials on. We take them to Washington, D.C. We show them, how the U.S. handles different policy issues and try to help them in that way, okay? As well as other kinds of training funded by, for example, the America for Bulgaria Foundation and so forth. Back to our field projects, I wanted to give you a sense of how we do these projects. We have global projects that are global in scope. For example, USDA funded for us, and it's our Food for Progress office. It's a project that goes to all of the projects that USDA has funded internationally over the last 5 years, and we are basically doing an evaluation to let USDA know what we think the impact has been of those projects. We also participate with institutions, NGOs that have big global projects like FuseNet, STAR, LASER, and these are huge projects that are on a task order basis, meaning USAID funds them, and whatever institution is the host, for example, Purdue University in this case, then USAID releases tasks. And so the entity then bids on those tasks to see if they get to do it, okay? So they're multi-year and fairly complex. But back to our specific regions, I wanted to share with you. In Africa, for example, we have a fairly large project. It's in its second 5-year term, $12.7 million. And we work in various countries in Africa, Ethiopia, Ghana, Tanzania, Mali, and Malawi. And it's on small scale irrigation. It's basically to help these farmers be able to have access to irrigation water and be able to do so in an efficient manner so that they can actually make a living. That's the whole point of this, is to elevate them out of poverty. And if you elevate them out of poverty because they're able to irrigate their crops and be able to then sell them where there's a market for them, then they can be elevated out of hunger as well, and they can send their kids to school and buy medicines and so many other things. And it's funded by USAID. In Asia, we have 3 projects in Afghanistan. Not an easy place to work, but we're doing very, very well. Large project we have on scholarships to young women to go to university in Afghanistan. That's nothing to do with agriculture per se. It's in the STEM fields, but it's providing these scholarships to these young women so they can attend university and be able to make something happen in their careers, in their lives. In Latin America, we've had projects on food safety, and then a fairly important project in coffee. And you might say, well, why coffee, Dr. Morano? Well, coffee is an important crop in many parts of the world where you have the highest level of poverty. So the coffee farmers, if you help them increase their livelihood, then you're helping them come out of poverty. So we, as a result, established about 3 years ago a Center for Coffee Research and Education, and we've been working in lots of areas related to genetics, to sensory evaluation, to try to help them produce the best quality coffee so they can compete better in the marketplace. And as I alluded to, when you look at this map of the world, the hunger map, this is 2018, but it's about the same. The darker the color are the countries that are have the highest level of hunger. When you then look at this map, you can see the coffee belt is really over those same areas where you have the poorest countries. So that's why coffee has become a very important crop. And our advantage here at the Borlaug Institute is that being in Texas is a huge state, as you know very well. And so as a huge state, has a lot of landmass and has some gradients, temperature gradients and precipitation gradients that mimic a lot of conditions in other parts of the world. So for example, we have here the temperature gradients, the warmer weather down here on the border with Mexico, getting up to the panhandle, and then precipitation gradient with the driest parts over here in the El Paso area desert, all the way to close to the coast here. So for that reason, there's a lot of crops that we grow here that our scientists have developed and so forth that grow well in parts of the world that have similar geographic elements as we do. So very quickly to tell you, we had a project in South Sudan funded by USAID. It started in 2011 and we had to leave in 2014 because of political issues that rose at that time. But we worked with the John Garang Memorial University, and what we needed to do was transform their education and extension, okay? In other words, connect what was going on at the university in terms of science and research and so forth and education, and connect it to the users, the farmers, be able to make that connection with extension agents. And we wanted to improve applied agriculture and education. So we developed a lot of curriculum for the faculty there to get up to speed with the latest in agricultural science. A lot of applied research in agriculture and natural resources so that we could address the specific problems that they were facing in terms of drought tolerance and so forth. And then create linkages with various institutions so that we would have John Garang University have a fund that they would utilize to fund these institutions to collaborate with them, okay? We trained lots of individuals, 2,100 people, and created or enhanced 18 courses in a variety of areas like you see there, rangeland management, wildlife, horticulture, and so forth. established partnerships with other universities, other institutions. But unfortunately, as I said, we had to leave. And so by getting things started there, it was a great first step, but we were not able to finish what we started, unfortunately. Now, Sudan, on the other hand, as you know very well, better than me, it's only been relatively recently that things have kind of changed in a way that the U.S. government is interested in doing some work there. As you know very well, there was a grant of $20 million, I think, for purchasing wheat through the World Food Program to feed people in Sudan. We expect and hope that there will be some opportunities to do some work through USAID in Sudan. So far, we haven't seen anything concrete yet. One of the things that we do here at the Borlaug Institute is we follow what we call the USAID business forecast. This is their thoughts as to what projects they may fund in what countries ahead of time. And so they publish this on their website. And so we follow it very, very closely to see what countries they might be interested in working and in what areas. And so far, there hasn't been anything in Sudan, but we're hopeful that that will change soon, given the changes in government and kind of the renewed relationship between the U.S. government and Sudan. So with that, I think my time is up. I just wanted to show you here some other pictures of Dr. Borlaug, tremendous mentor to me, he was. And one of the sayings that we have at the Borlaug Institute is what you see on this coffee mug. Life is short, do stuff that matters. And so that's what we're all about, is to do whatever we can, utilize our resources and our in terms of expertise and relationships with all the different actors that we work with and have worked with for the last several decades, so that we can make a difference in these countries that need it so much. All right, I think I am out of time here. So Dr. Ibrahim, I will pass the microphone to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Morano. And by the way, if I can add, Al-Fatih, to what you said about Dr. Morano. Dr. Morano actually was the former undersecretary under George Bush Jr. For food security, and under her leadership, there was a reduction of 62% in foodborne diseases, such as salmonella. And she was also the president of Texas A&M, one of the largest institutions, enrollment of more than 70,000. She was managing a budget of 1.2 billion. It's a privilege to have her today. Thank you so much.
I add my voice to Amir's, and thank you very much, Dr. Morano, for your presentation. Before we move to Amir's presentation, I would like to open if there is any question that the audience have for Dr. Morano. We'll have room for further discussion at the end. But the question I had for you is as you mentioned, Sudan is changing. Things are changing on the ground. Likely there will be opportunities for your institute to engage with the agriculture sector in Sudan. Sudan suffers from chronic problems of poor productivity in agriculture. And agriculture is the main economic activity in the country. So which areas do you see, given the experience of your institute working around the world, which areas do you think there could be potential for engaging Sudan? Would it be in soil fertility mapping, or maybe agriculture, small irrigation as you described, or?
At the risk of sounding, Pollyannish, everything. And I say that to you because all of these issues are interlinked, and we have certainly grown to learn that, in the sense that when you look at, okay, if it's been drought conditions that have affected the most, certainly access to irrigation resources and so forth is important. But one cannot leave out of that the fact that you have to produce these crops in a sustainable manner. So you cannot deplete the soils. You have to do it in such a way that you're enriching the soils, but you're maintaining their productivity. be that with falling into the sense of either fertilizers or certainly the microbiome. You know, I'm a microbiologist, and to know that if you have certain organisms in the soil along with nutrients and so forth, they help the crops absorb those nutrients a lot faster. So you have all of that, but also embedded into all of it is this concept of, frankly, entrepreneurship. Having the youth in the country, which is the majority, actually get involved so that they realize that agricultural production is important and it's something that they can actually make a living out of it, and be able to train them in business and what crops to select. And so you want to select crops that not only feed people in the country, but that you can perhaps sell and export, and that way bring some income into the country. So there's those kinds of issues that are all kind of intertwined, as I said, and doing it as efficiently as possible. That's been the challenge, because when you don't have the funding and you need access to credit, for example, you know, to begin setting up your farming systems, how do you do that? So working on policy development with the government, extremely important. So none of these problems, as I said, are unidimensional. So they have all of these components. And so what we would probably do is look to see what are the crops that are where we can make the biggest difference quicker, okay? And then see what is needed there in terms of soil amendments, in terms of access to credit for farmers, in terms of access to irrigation, in terms of engaging. One of the things we do, for example, is get farmers into cooperatives, because they're a lot stronger as a group than they are as individuals. They're better organized and can learn from each other, as well as provide a sense of stability then in the production of crops when there are things that happen beyond people's controls, but then you can help each other in that way. And of course, engaging the universities there to give them that sustainable support that they would need. So it's all of the above. I hate to be so simplistic.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll get a chance to discuss more later after Amir's presentation. The second presentation we have is our own Secretary of ASAPA, Professor Amir Ibrahim, the Regents Professor at Texas A&M University, and the Small Grains Project Leader there. Amir received his bachelor from the University of Jazeera in Sudan, his master from the American University in Beirut, and his doctorate from Colorado State University. And his presentation today is about reflections from national and global involvement in small grains improvement. So please, Amir.
Thank you so much, Al-Fatih. Can you see my talk? Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we do.
As it moves?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, you know, this is a teamwork, and this is going to become apparent as I move on through. So it takes a team, and that's a small grains team. When I say small grains, I mean wheat and oat and barley, basically. So we have a big team with different expertise, very diverse in that expertise. And, you know, a chain is as strong as the weakest link. So everybody is really working very hard to achieve the goal of the team. So, okay. So, and as Dr. Morano said, Texas is the biggest state, second largest in area, second largest in population. The climate ranges from temperate to semi-tropical here in the south. Precipitation varies from 6 inches here in El Paso area, 18 inches in the Panhandle, to 55 inches here in southeast Texas. We also have a range of temperatures, different soil types. So we have huge diversity. We have a niche that matches any area in the globe where actually crops are grown. And that gave us a very big advantage in what we do. You know, that diversity in environments. We do a lot of testing because we are a well-funded program. We have diversity in stresses, in the GM+ that we use, and so forth. Okay. Just to give you an example of that, there was an international experiment that was conducted globally in 95 climates around the globe. There was only one line that made it in every environment and produced seed, and that happened to be a Texas line. So a Texas line was the only line that finished and produced seed in every climate, which shows you the huge and broad adaptation of the germplasm of our system. We have been adding to that strength, and we increased yield by 20% just using a synthetic derived wheat approach, which I can actually allude to later. We recently began working on hybrid wheat. We are only one of two public institutions that work with hybrid wheat in the US, beside the University of Nebraska, Lincoln. So we also have diversity in breeding methods, and as I said, we have a diverse team, so that helps a lot. In terms of hybrid wheat, a lot of what we do actually globally is inbred cultivars. You know, hybrid is utilized mainly in corn and soybean and cotton, but we began working on it, and we have shown that we have very high heterosis. Heterosis basically is the yield of the hybrid compared to the two parents from which the seed came. And we have a heterosis as high as 118% with an average of 15.4%. We believe that to make this technology work, because the seed is expensive, is to bring that heterosis to 20%. So we have been making really very good progress. And that's a picture of me. Just behind me is a crossing block where we produce the hybrid seed. Innovation keeps us going. One of the ways to enjoy your job is to have, innovations coming every day, so it doesn't become boring. So we have innovation in terms of germplasm, in terms of end products, because wheat is used for making bread, but also cakes, noodles, Asian buns, and name it. So we like to have the right product for the right cultivar for the right product. So we have been innovative in this area, because the same wheat that you can use for making pan bread cannot be used for making tortillas, you can see here. And basically innovation is taking two things that already exist and just putting them into a different new form. We add value. We keep adding value in the way we do things. Again, another example is bread wheat. As I said, the same wheat that you use for making bread will not make good tortilla. We found that wheat that has high protein will make good bread. It will make a good tortilla on the left side, hand side, that stores well, that does not break when you make a taco like that, but it does not extend. Okay, so we ended up actually using mutations, deleting some of the glutenin and gliadin subunits, because in the past, the tortilla manufacturer used to add some reducing agents, used to add cysteine. Cysteine actually is obtained from animal hair. And human hair can be a good source of cysteine, and you don't want to have human hair in your tortilla. So we wanted to have a very clean label. And so we came with this neat approach where we deleted some of the glutenin and gliadin subunits. We ended up actually making or producing wheat that can make good tortilla, that has good rollability, good shelf life, but also extends. Because, extensibility is the bottom line for the manufacturer. Water is a very, very cheap product. From the same amount of flour, that producer will make a bigger tortilla. So that was a big achievement. And this is actually is patent pending. We have applied for that patent. We have begun to use high throughput phenotyping in what we do using drones. We have become one of the premier institutions in that regard. And just to show you an example, I'm not going to go through the complexities of how we use, big data, many terabytes of data. Basically, this is an image-based selection. We can fly a drone in about 30 minutes, and we can get good data on plant height, lodging, disease reaction, and so forth. The next day, that information is going to be at the fingertip of the breeder, which is myself. So it took a big team of engineers and computer scientists and agronomists and myself to do this. But the beauty of it is the following. In this graph, on the y-axis, you can see the bands, the vegetation indices that come from the drone. We use multispectral cameras and RGB cameras, very sophisticated cameras to do that. And then on the x-axis, you see the coefficient of infection. This is what I do visually when I read disease in the field. It takes a lot of time, but the machine actually do it faster in about 30 minutes. When you look at the coefficient of determination, it is very high. Actually, if you take the correlation coefficient, which is the square root of that, it is 0.94. So that tells me that we can do a lot. We can do many, many acres, many germplasm lines in a very, very short time. So this is a tool to increase our throughput, but also the efficiency in what we do and how we do things. We not only use high throughput phenotyping, but also high throughput genotyping in what we say. And the picture is worth 1,000 words, actually. This picture is of a trial. Every one of those is a plot of 15 by 5 foot, right? But, there is a bug called green bug, which is an aphid that has eaten every single vegetation except for those lines that have just one gene. And that's the beauty of genetics. A gene that is called GB3 that came from Aegilops one of the cousins of wheat. We were able to map that. We actually cloned it. We have a perfect marker. And so we just use it in the lab. We have a medium throughput lab based on the Casper technology. And then if we want to map a trait, we have a bigger lab to use genotyping by sequencing to map the trait. Once we have the trait mapped, we can build a marker around it in the smaller lab that we have. And so we are combining that, classical weed breeding with this high throughput genotyping, and you've seen the high throughput phenotyping. So we try to utilize as many tools as we can to increase gain from selection and to make us more efficient in how we do things. Okay, now in most of what I do here internationally, I haven't used genome selection or gene editing or high throughput phenotyping. I actually put my other hat. I put the soil scientist hat, because in those developing countries, I found that most of the issues relate to the soil, agronomic practices, availability of inputs and resources, and so forth. So I found myself becoming more and more a soil scientist. And I just want to highlight and build on what Dr. Morano said today, presented, show some work from our work in Tunisia and Georgia and Australia. And so we have a team of good soil scientists from Texas A&M going with me to Tunisia. We hosted the Tunisian colleagues in Texas A&M multiple times. We actually hosted professors and they spent time at the department, looking at what we do. We went back to Tunisia and so forth. We also have a project in Georgia through the Borlaug Institute with Dr. Elsa Morano. And this is actually Ambassador Eric Bost, who works for Dr. Morano, who used to be the ambassador for the US and South Africa. This is Tim Davis, who used to be the department head of horticulture, now working for the Borlaug Institute. So I went to Georgia for 2 years or so. Actually, I took some technicians from the program. And I want to highlight some of the work that we did there. So we found that if you take care of the soil, the crop will take care of itself. You don't need high genomics to do that. You just need to address the basic agronomic practices. So we went to an area which is very close to Azerbaijan in Georgia, very close to the Caucasus, called the Kakheti region. Basically, during the Soviet era, it wasn't viewed as a wheat area because, the Soviets countries wanted Georgia to grow the grapes for the wine. They wanted Moldova to grow the apples, Kazakhstan and Ukraine to grow the wheat and so forth. But we found that this area is really highly suitable for growing wheat. And this is what we found when we came the first time to Georgia. National wheat average of 1.6 ton per hectare, but we saw a potential of 6 ton per hectare, which is like 3 times that or even more. Low quality inputs, unknown best practices in the area, and they didn't use certified seed. So, you look at this field, you see a lot of wood, you see a lot of weeds, and that's not the way you should actually grow wheat. So we ended up actually using Texas A&M GM Plus. We increased the yield in Georgia from 1.6 ton per hectare to 4.3 ton per hectare. We almost tripled that yield. This is one of the field days in Kahéti in Georgia. I mean, I enjoyed that area very much. And this is a U.S. ambassador in Georgia coming to the field day. These are people from Frontera, which own a lot of land, and they wanted to grow wheat on top of that land while they explore the area for gas and so forth. So that was a very productive project that we did with Dr. Morano in Georgia. And just wanted to show you, how we do things in collaboration with the Borg Institute. And this is the same model can be applied in Sudan. The funding, we like to see some seed funding being used before we can compete for USAID funding. And Dr. Morano talked about the forecast model that the Institute used. We have been breeding actually for a new beast that is wreaking havoc in East Africa, which is basically a strain of a stem rust gene called UG99. It was found here in Uganda, 1999, jumped the Red Sea to Yemen, then went to Iran. And there was fear that it might move to India and Pakistan, and then from there it can move to other wheat areas. So what I ended up doing in my program, I started stacking genes, many major genes in the program. Although we don't have the fungus in Texas, but we always take a proactive approach. We don't want to wait until it becomes a crisis, and we see it in the back door. So we are ready for it if it ever comes to the country. This is just to show you that we have a proactive approach in what we do. We don't like to tell the clientele what they want. That's not a good practice. That's not a good policy. We listen to them. This is me actually giving a talk in the high plains of Texas, but I also went as an ambassador to 8 countries in Asia and South America, Latin America, listening to end users, millers and bakers to what they like and dislike in wheat classes. And so we have been actually fixing these issues. This is an example from Taiwan, and I took this picture in a noodle factory. Basically, the dough has to move through a number of sheeters to make noodles. And if it doesn't have the right machinability and consistency and extensibility, it will either get stuck into the machine or it will fall on the floor. And we had this issue of extensibility in US classes that we end up fixing. So it shows you that listening to the end user helps a lot. As I said, the same wheat that you use for making bread will not be good for making tortilla. I know high gluten strength is good for bread, but weak gluten is good for tortilla. And we have been taking that approach. Actually, I developed a wheat for the Southeast Asian market called Alas. It won the Wheat Quality Council in 2005. It was just a super duper as described by the end user. We developed, Dr. Jackie Rad and myself, TAM 114 in 2014, and that became the best bread type winter wheat in the country as of now. So we believe that quality is of paramount importance. Not only yield per se, but we need to breed for quality. We have been trying to explore new frontiers. This is not wheat now, this is oat. So if in this graph on the y-axis, you see the coefficient of infection, the higher the number is, the more susceptible to the GM plus. So you want to have low numbers, and then you have states and countries on the x-axis. It happened that Texas A&M University program and the Brazilian programs have the best crown rust resistance in the globe, actually. And this is how crown rust can do to the canopy of oat. It will destroy it. It will not be able to photosynthesize and produce food for the economic sinks, which are the grown. So we built on this strength, and we developed a new oat for Australia. It has been released in Australia under the name of Regency. So we are exploring and we are expanding into new frontiers. I would like to acknowledge everybody here on this slide because it takes a team to achieve these kinds of things. Acknowledgement of funding. And as Dr. Morano said, life is short. Do the stuff that matters. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Amir. I think we have time, maybe 10 minutes for open discussion, questions for the two speakers, for Amir and Dr. Morano. So please,
if I may, I saw that there was a question comment here from Raga Ahmed.
Okay.
And it's regarding what other sources of funding. And the World Bank is a very important source of funding, as you can imagine. But World Bank, as you know, tends to what they do is provide the funding to the country, okay, and then basically the country's ministry, whatever ministry might be in charge, whether it's agriculture or whatever, then subs to various entities, such as, for example, the Borlaug Institute or some others, to actually implement the work. And we have had experience with that in Angola and some other parts of the world where, and in fact, right now we are working with Kazakhstan. They just received, I think it's $250 million grant, loan rather, from the World Bank. The country does. So what we do is we work directly with the ministry, and they sub to us, if you will. They give us the contracts to do whatever it is that they think that we have the ability to do. So that's the issue with the World Bank, is that they typically don't fund, U.S. universities directly. They don't do that. It's in this other way to manage it, which is fine. That works as well. It's a little bit trickier because, of course, you have to have very good relationships with that government. And so it's all about relationships, to be honest with you, is what we have learned in our work here. Not only relationships with potential partners, such as other U.S. institutions, scientists from everywhere here in the U.S., but also obviously having a contact locally in the country or countries where we want to work. Very, very important to do that, because that's what really connects you to being able to not only address their needs, but also, frankly, this is about sustainability. We try to work ourselves out of a project, meaning that we get a project, we go in there, we do it, and our goal is to leave the country with the systems in place, the capacity building done with whatever entities in the government and private sector are needed to be included, so that when we leave, when the project's over, things don't fall apart. People are doing their thing and they're continuing even without us being there. That is the ultimate goal that we always seek to fulfill.
Thank you. I think there's a question, Abdel Jabbar Mustafa. You have your hands up. Or
yes, thank you, Dr. Tahir, and thank you very much for this very informative session. My question is to both Dr. Morano and Dr. Amir Ibrahim. I wonder if you have some suggestions regarding institutional arrangement or ways of collaborations so that people in Sudan, the researchers in Sudan, can link to this, to your work and these institutions. Thank you.
Well, let me start, and then certainly Amir, please chime in. We, as I say, one of the reasons we follow the USAID business forecast is because we don't wait until the RFA comes out. It's too late when that happens. You have to have been working it ahead of time and connecting with the country where you want to work and making connections with the ministries and so forth, and with local institutions. You have to have that in order to succeed for a variety of reasons. And so we sign MOUs, typically is one of the ways that we go about it, with either local institutions or the government itself, or we might have a MOU with international organizations like FAO and some others is what we also do. So So we start that way so that there's at least a sense of an agreement of what we can bring to the table and how we can collaborate. It's not binding, they don't have to work with us, but when you have an MOU, obviously that creates a better linkage. We rely, to be honest with you, on our faculty, such as Dr. Ibrahim, who has great contacts, in various countries. Other of our faculty do as well. We do here at the Borlaug Institute, but it's a group effort. It's trying to figure out where do we want to work, and do we have the local connections, because you have to have those for sure. And an MOU, to your question, is the typical way to do it. Another way to do it that's a little bit more precise, because an MOU is very generic. We're going to work together on agriculture. Okay. A teaming agreement is something that we use a lot. Once we know that we're going to be working in a certain area of study with a certain country, what have you, we do teaming agreements with collaborating institutions, be it institutions in the US, like other universities like we have represented here, Virginia Tech and, everybody else. A teaming agreement where you have specific things delineated. Okay, you're going to do these things. And that is, for us to get into a teaming agreement, you have to have more information as to what it is that you're going to plan to do, not so generic. So you start generic whenever you can, but, get into the teaming agreement for the specifics.
Okay, thank you. I think there are a couple of chat questions for you, Amir, from Raja and from Ahmed Attom. One about gurrasa and the other about potatoes. So you may want to address
Yes, and if I can actually chime in and add to what Dr. Morano said about funding and building teams. A lot of damage has happened in Sudan during the last 25 years to the institutions of higher education and research institutions. A lot of building has to be done to those institutions. The funding mechanism actually has also suffered during that time, and we have a lot of capacity building to do, building teams. Just the simple proposal writing skills need to be sharpened in Sudan. We believe that hosting scholars on sabbatical leaves or just for shorter times is going to be very important. And Dr. Morano actually oversees the Borlaug Fellow Program. Actually, last year we hosted one person from Egypt, professor from Egypt, and Dr. Morano, you remember, he was working on the soil salinity. So we would like to see more Sudanese colleagues coming on those types of fellowships that we offer here in Texas. So that's one way of doing things. We also like to see that the private sector and producer groups, even though that they don't have the money that we have in this country, to start to have a skin in the game, to start to fund some of the small projects to position the teams for bigger funding opportunities in the future. As to Raja's question about gurrasa, let me say that the Sudan wheat classes are not that sophisticated. In this country, we have 6 classes of wheat. We have durum wheat for pasta, hard white for Chinese noodles and breads and whole wheat breads. The hard bread is spring, which is for the French type bread, the hard red winter wheat for the general purpose bread and pan bread, soft wheat for cakes and cookies and so forth, and then the soft white for flat bread. So in Sudan, you have just one class that you use for everything, for making bread, for making gurrasa, for making cakes. That's why things don't work well. We don't have that sophistication in the system. So this is one aspect that we need to build in Sudan. And I don't know which class of wheat makes good gurrasa. We need to experiment on that. By the way, I had a student from Sudan whom I cared some time ago. She was mixing my Alice hard white winter wheat 80% with 20% sorghum, and she made very, very good bread. So we have different classes of wheat for different things. We need to do the same thing in Sudan. For Ahmed Attom, about, potato is not an area of expertise of mine, but we have a very good breeding program, and I can put you in touch with that breeding program. Thank you.
And in fact, speaking of the potato, I can tell you, we have, as I alluded to, Texas is very, very big. So not only are we in Texas A&M University in our city of College Station, but there are 13 centers around the state of Texas, agricultural research and extension centers that belong to, the Texas A&M agriculture agencies, where our center in Amarillo, for example, they're looking at potato virus Y and potato leaf roll virus and so forth. So we've got the thing that I have always learned, because of all of that expertise and all of those centers, as well as the expertise on campus, such as Dr. Ibrahim's expertise, we find ourselves at the Borlaug Institute, when we identify a project that we want to do in a specific country, our first question is, okay, do we have an expert here on campus or in one of the 13 centers about this? And it amazes me always that we find someone, because the program is so large. It's the largest agricultural research program in the U.S., in U.S. universities. UC Davis likes to say that it's them, but no, it's Texas A&M. And it's because we're so huge with so many research laboratories and so forth. So chances are, like I said, I have yet to be, encountering a situation where we don't have someone with expertise in the specific area that we want. So I would venture to guess that we're doing work on certainly on the diseases of potato that you're thinking about, maybe jojoba as well. So we can certainly look into that and get back to you.
Okay, I think for the sake of time, Dr. Ahmed, maybe you could send questions on the chat. For the sake of time, I think we are going to move to the next session. And this is the session about infrastructure and transportation. Thank you very much, Dr. Morano. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim, for this session on agriculture. The next session will be chaired by Professor Muntasir Abbas, and so I will hand it now to Muntasir. And then the following session will be chaired by Professor Raja Ahmed. And the last session, I think, on health will be Professor Nada Fadul. So now is the infrastructure, and Muntasir will be leading the meeting from here.
Thank you very much, Al-Fatih, and thank you for the speakers so far. Our first speaker today is Dr. Abdurrahman Karrar, and he's the department head of the electrical engineering at University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. Dr. Karrar, if you could please share your slides and unmute yourself.
Right, took me a while there to find the unmute button, but I finally found it. So I suppose I should say good afternoon here in Tennessee, but again, good morning, good evening, as the case may be where you are. So I have, it seems a bit brief, 15 minutes, so I'll try and squeeze in what I had. I had to curtail some of the slides to an attempt to make the presentation fit. So let's go quickly through what I have to say. I listened, of course, to the excellent presentation from Dr. Elsa Morano and Dr. Amir Tahir. I was pleased to hear her say that Dr. Borlaug advocated the use of science in solving problems. It seems like a no-brainer, right? We're all scientists. That's what we do. This is what we do for a living. But sometimes you actually need to train the workforce or try to convince them to adopt science in the way they think, and to apply critical thinking in how they approach everything. And that's certainly no exception when we talk about the energy sector, when we talk about the electricity sector, in particular in Sudan. I was blessed to be a consultant, to act as a consultant from 2003 to 2014 to the Electricity Center before coming here to the United States. I believed in science then, I still do, and I was able to use science to solve a number of issues along with an excellent group of people adopting scientific principles from the grassroots to analyze a problem and troubleshoot it and to reach a solution. And that was really very refreshing to see that science works, to see science in action, and that it works. So I still believe it's always the right attitude and the right approach to adopt. Now, this is a picture of Sudan, the electricity grid that we can see, which has extended over the years, reached the north of the country, the east of the country, the west. Still, it has some way to go into Darfur, but it's pretty much covering quite a bit. It has been, I've seen most of this development. Very happy with it, and it seems counterintuitive to what has happened now. Why has it suddenly collapsed? Why have matters really fallen apart in the last 3 or 4 years? Because there was such a lot of potential, there was such a lot of growth in this sector. But I suppose it cannot be decoupled from the energy crisis in general that has befallen Sudan. So what I want to talk is okay, what can we do in the very short term, because people are suffering now as we speak from electricity shortages in Sudan. And that's my main theme for talking about energy crisis in Sudan. I want to show you this because this is relevant to what I want to talk about. This is what is called, we call it the daily load curve or the daily profile in Sudan, which shows us the megawatts, which is the power that is produced by the grid during the day. So the blue one is for a typical weekday business day, and the red one is for a typical weekend. This was some time ago, 2018, but and now it's expected to be more if the load was not suppressed as it is, but the pattern pretty much is the same. Now, the main characteristic that I'd like you to notice in this blue curve is that our peak production is during daylight, during day hours, and this is very significant. Okay, so you can see that from 8 in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning till about 7 o'clock in the evening. This is where our peak consumption or peak power demand occurs. So this is very relevant to what I want to say. This is something that's well known. I don't want to dwell on it a lot. The viability, the financial viability of solar and wind, and that's well known and well studied. And people now are not surprised when you tell them that it's probably a good idea to invest in renewables like wind and solar. A lot of countries have already taken the lead, where wind is a priority and where it's more viable, wind prevails. Where solar is when you have a lot of sunlight hours, low cloud cover, solar also makes sense. Payback in general, this is a world average. It differs from country to country, but there have been studies on Sudan electricity sector, and there's an estimation that payback for solar is 4.8 years, and payback for wind about 3 years. The load factor for solar is slightly higher than for wind, is slightly higher than solar, because you can have wind day and night. There is, of course, intermittency, whereas solar you can only enjoy it during the daylight hours, and then some, because during the daylight there's peak and there is dawn and dusk where the solar irradiation is not as much. So all these factors play in, but there's another factor, of course, is the abundance. Wind is only limited to certain geographical areas in Sudan, whereas solar is pretty much you can use it everywhere, and that does not exclude households and urban areas. Another factor that we should be aware of is that Sudan is growing in terms of load. There's by no means we have saturated in terms of our penetration of electrical energy demand. It is growing. The demand is growing about 10 to 11% every year, if unchecked, if it's not suppressed because of shortages. That is just probably a factor that has a lot of socioeconomic drives, but that's a fact from observation that we know. I mean, people migrate from rural areas to urban areas. Standards of living, or at least technology use, is growing, and that leads to increasing demand. So it's very difficult to keep chasing that demand if we want to. There is another very important problem, which is the losses. In 2020, peak generation Sudan is about 3,500 megawatts with a peak loss of 25. Now, peak loss is not the same as average loss, and that has been a subject of debate between myself and some people in Sudan, where they say the losses are about 20 to 21%. I agree. So I make a distinction between peak loss during the peak hours of the day and average loss, where you kind of talk about the average loss over the average energy losses over the day. Now this is highly above, this type of loss is above what we see in the world. Acceptable figures for grid losses, they change from area to area, but they can be anywhere between 8 and 15% for peak. So 25 is quite large, quite significant. That means you produce 3,500. What ends going to the consumers is only about 2,600. You're almost losing about 1 gigawatt of energy, which is huge. That's just gone away as losses these are technical losses, by the way, which go out as resistive heat losses in the grid. Problems that we have in Sudan, that Sudan needs to import fuel to keep up with necessary production, because the fuel that is in the country, that's available in the country, and the processed also in refineries, is not enough to keep up with the production. Sudan is going to need to add generation capacity in order to keep up with the load. And when Sudan adds generation capacity, and even at the present, it needs to update its infrastructure, its transmission and distribution infrastructure to deliver this increased energy. You need conduits to be able to deliver this energy to the people. And even now, there are bottlenecks, and that leads to the losses that I was talking about. So you need to update the transmission and distribution infrastructure to deliver more energy, and even to solve the bottlenecks that you have at the moment and decrease your losses. It is also something that has been talked about a lot in Sudan. So again, it's not a new thing that solar energy can help a lot in Sudan to alleviate the crisis. And there has been a phenomenal worldwide decline in solar photovoltaic prices, which is very encouraging. This is just from U.S. Department of Energy. That's a comparison between different types, different scales of solar energy, residential, commercial, and utility. From 2010, you can see the prices have gone down quite dramatically. The last one here is the 230 goal. Now, what people are saying is that the 230 goal is achieved in 2020. So already we are for residential at 5 cents per kilowatt hour. That's called the levelized cost of energy, which is the cost per kilowatt hour cost of producing over the economic lifetime. You can compare that to what you use to purchase electricity. I mean, if you purchase electricity now, the retail price is about $9 maybe or $8 per kilowatt hour. So you can see that $5 is very competitive in this for anyone engaging in that business. So for commercial, it's less, and for utility scale, which is large, it's even less. So that's 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Again, this is another thing that that talks about solar photovoltaic prices exceeding all expectations and becoming more and more competitive. So again, by the way, $20 per megawatt hour you can just divide that by 1,000 and it becomes 2 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's the same kind of what we're talking about. And I need to go, I think, more quickly. So what my main idea is that small scale has an advantage compared to utility scale. The first advantage of small scale, which means by which I mean rooftop and distribution solar energy, is that it avoids investing in transmission and distribution, and we said that we need to do that, right? So if you invest in small scale rooftop, you defer, at least at the present, your transmission and distribution infrastructure costs, which are huge. The transmission is expensive. It's humongous if you have a large project and you want it to reach the end consumer. So you need to add transmission lines, you need to add transformers, you need to add a lot of infrastructure just to get the electricity to where it's needed. And for example, solarrights.org report a large number of canceled transmission projects in California due to the investment by people in rooftop solar. So rooftop solar helps canceling that project. This is a slide that I do always for the students to try and help them understand the concept of losses. For example, if you have 300 megawatts and you're displacing that with 200 megawatts of rooftop solar, then you can avoid these losses, which are huge, which are from 350 megawatt loss. You go down to 575 just by injecting a small amount of solar energy. So this is something that I use to explain the concept and the principle of what I want to talk about. It sometimes needs a little bit of insight into the transmission system and how it works, but it's not a difficult concept to convey to the people. So it's not also difficult to estimate it from a technical study. We do something that's called a load flow study that can be used to estimate the losses in Sudan. A third advantage is, which let me just enumerate them again. One of them, you want to avoid the transmission infrastructure costs. Second, you want to avoid the losses. The third one is non-technical, in my opinion, is that when you have a rooftop solar industry, don't want to call it a cottage industry, but it's a local industry that improves the socioeconomics of because it engages the private sector. It creates jobs. It's an unregulated market that people can join, and you have the capacity, you have the people, you have the sectors who are ready to engage in this type of activity. If you try and do something otherwise through a boot program, it will add to the national debt and lead to continual loss of hard currency. We don't want that. Now, I said it. The Sudan characteristic is very significant. So because it avoids a phenomena that's found here in the United States that's called the duck curve, very famous in solar, because in the United States, like in California, the peak does not occur during the day. The peak rather is delayed after the evening, and that leads to adding conventional resources So you use solar during the day, but then you have to replace it with conventional resources, and you have to ramp up these conventional resources very quick. So it kind of resembles the back of the duck, and this is the neck of the duck, because you need to ramp up these conventional sources. Now, we don't need to do that in Sudan. Why? Because the peak occurs during the day, and therefore you only need to provide solar when needed, where that is during the day, and therefore you don't need to ramp up during the evening. That's a huge advantage. But you want to use this solar where it's viable, where you don't lose about. I made an exercise to show that you would lose almost half of this solar if you use utility scale in just losses. Forget about transmission infrastructure and forget about everything else. You can lose about half of it, losses in the network. So rooftop solar avoids this. You need to change the mindset because there's no framework, there's no business model at the moment. There is some resistance that are because there's no two-way tariffs in Sudan. So a good way would be through hybrid inverters, which can work as an off-grid mode, and then you just change the setting. So when the business model becomes available, to convert it into a two-way transaction that the utilities in Sudan would accept. And it's necessary for the Ministry of Energy to take the initiative and provide incentives for on-grid connection of customers. And they have every reason to encourage this because of everything that I've said. And in remote off-grids, microgrids are necessary, which incorporate PV solar. That's already something that's well known. What I want to say finally is that, academics, we can help because we are trained critical thinking and we have the tools to do research. And so we can do research and we can study this. And I'm engaging people in Sudan. Of course, it's not funded research, so I do this when and as I can, when I find free time. My problem is getting the feeling that the sector, the electricity sector, when they appeal for international funding to develop electricity or energy sector in Sudan, the focus is on utility scale, solar. As I said, I think this is a mistake. I don't want to go so far as to say that this is misguided, because in general, utility scale is a good thing if everything is normal, but we're talking about an urgent problem. Our families are suffering now. They're going to suffer next year. They're going to suffer the year after if we don't do something really quick. And we have people ready to provide that help. We have people ready to install solar rooftop. The market is there. All you need to is to appeal for international funding and provide incentives to generate that market. And you need also to probably change the mindset. The utility can be a bit skeptical of this business model where other people engage in the power production. So I think that's something that this paranoia and this skepticism should be something that we should address and incentivize the private sector to develop small scale and avoid these stumbling blocks. I'm very sorry that I seem to have taken more than I should. But this is in a very, very brief and quick matter what I wanted to say today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karrar. In fact, the presentation was very interesting and you were adaptively answering questions that I've seen popping in the chat, so I didn't want to stop you. Thank you very much. This is very informative. And the next speaker is Dr. Ahmed Attom from the same University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. And Dr. Attom was the also previous department head over there and has done a lot of work helping students and others. If you could please stop sharing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry for that.
That's okay.
Let's see how can I stop? Oh, here, this button for stop sharing. There I am.
Yes, excellent. So Dr. Attom, if you could please share your presentation.
Yeah, it was good to see you again, and I think this is a very important session. I think I really appreciate Dr. Morano and Amir. I think it was very informative to me. And I grew up as a farmer, and I think I will talk about this maybe at some point. And we grow potatoes since 1946, and also I will add also as a herder too. So I'm very fortunate even to be here. So let me see if I have to share my screen over here. Okay.
And Dr. Akhtom, I'll send you quick messages, just like 5 minutes and 2 minutes before the time.
Okay, please do, yeah.
Yes.
Let me see how I share the screen here.
So there is a share screen button, and then if you have the PowerPoint up.
Yes, it is here.
Okay, excellent.
Do you see it now?
It is coming up, not yet, but now, yes, now we can see it.
Basically here,
Professor Tom, would you please put it in slideshow?
Yes, I will. Okay. And I have to, I think. All right. Is this okay now?
Yes, thank you.
Basically here, system losses. I think it is, Dr. Karat touched upon it. And I would like to give an introduction. I work at the Electricity Corporation when it was the Electricity Corporation for 7 years. And I work on the losses. I basically one of the lead engineers that design a Riyadh distribution line. I also work at the commercial and district engineer for Khartoum Bahri. I was in charge of the new connection in Sudan. I think there is a big issue now compared when I was there and right now. An issue is basically inspection. The issue is basically specification. The issue is codes. As Raja and Dr. Karar knows, we just lost a 25 years old young man about 3 weeks ago, electrocuted in my house. So because there's the lack of code, the lack of connection, anybody on the street can come and connect your house. Though this may not be related to my talk, but it is related in a way. So we need to look at the electricity in Sudan in a holistic approach. And I'm here, I'm going to concentrate on system efficiency. I think 15 minutes. Normally when I give this seminar, I give it normally it's half a day. And if you notice here, I say system losses, why energy efficiency and energy conservation, there is a difference here. What is the energy efficient system? Whether it is energy efficient system, whether it is the motor, whether it is the lamps in your house, whether it is the process for chemical engineering, and whether the throttle the valve or not. And then I will talk about energy efficient motor. What are energy efficient motor? Right now, I did some work on an energy efficient motor here. You know, Colonial Pipeline that had the issue a few weeks ago. One of their stations is here in Chattanooga, and they tasked me to do some work on it. I look at their motor, which was when I did my measurement. And in fact, I started a company in 2018 on 2008 on energy efficiency. I killed because of the department head. I couldn't do it. I don't have the energy. And so when I looked at their motor, I told them that if you throw this motor away, the energy that is 82% efficient, if you throw it away, they will recoup their money within 6 months. So, and I will talk about the impact on the generation, the impact on the distribution system and so on. The efficient lighting, I think you all know that, which is actually the simplest way, and it saves energy, but not a lot. Why not buy an incandescent, which is a 60 watt, instead of buying an LED, which is consume only maybe 10 to 13 watts. What are the challenges? I don't think I will have the time to talk about that. What is the possible solution? What are the available resources in Sudan? We do have available resources. We brought here over 50 students, and they were hired before they graduate. Even now, Dr. Karana is struggling to keep them while they are students because companies are hiring them left and right. They pay them $30 an hour. These are. I found a young man at a restaurant. He is an electrical engineer as a cashier who graduated from Jamiat al-Sudan. Yeah. So what are the demand side management? When I say demand side management here, I look at the curve Dr. Karar just showed. You see the peak between 8 or particularly between 12 and 7. Why don't we can lower that down? Whether it is through large canalization as we started to do even in the late 70s. So we can work on the demand side, maybe lower the peak, can postpone that load. I wrote this book here in 1993. I wrote the manuscript, which is the book about maybe 300 pages. And they told me, no, look at, this is for Tennessee Valley Authority. When they told me, no, we need a book, this is how to advertise. No, we need to have this book as small as possible so that customer can keep it in their briefcases. It was, we did not copyright, it was translated in a number of languages. And I'm coming to say that it is, I mean, 15 minutes is a very short period or a very short time to talk about energy efficiency. I was looking at TVA site today, and energy TVA had about 35,000 of installed generation. And when I looked today, I said that 1% of the generation is energy efficiency. 1% is 3,500 megawatts. This is more than the generation in Sudan. Nova Scotia, I was looking at their site, they save 7% by just using energy efficient systems. Energy efficient system is not just electrical engineering. It is mechanical engineering. It is civil engineering. You go today, you have the air conditioning system in Sudan, which we call it here, the load from hell. You can stick your finger between the window and the wall and the air conditioner is working. So this is a civil engineering issue. This is a codes issue. And I look at this slide over here. I stole it from Dr. Karrar, and I modified it a little bit over here. Now here we talk about generation, which is important, which is critical, particularly for us in Sudan, but the system losses are critical. Why do we lose 25% of our generation just with losses? And now here, as you notice, we are talking about losses just in this transmission and distribution. I am going to talk about the losses here at the end user, after the meter, you as a consumer, which you, and I'm going to talk about energy conservation and energy efficiency. Today, if you look in Tennessee here, I cannot install an air condition below 14 Sears. This is the efficiency. This is the way we measure efficiency for air conditioning. I changed the air conditioning system at my house over here from 5 ton to 4 ton, and I saved significant. I mean, the saving was significant for me. So I'm most of my talk here will be concentrating on the end user. And I think we need to look at, as I mentioned, I talked to Dr. Karrar, we look at this as a holistic approach. Yes, we do have an emergency. We need generation. And I give you an analogy. I'm a farmer. When we used to have a pump, you have the main canal. You have لازم تكرنا جدول. It means to clear the weeds. You have to look at the what we call massas, the water that is lost from the main. This is my transmission line from the main canal. Then you look at the sub canal, the jadawil, which feed about 6-7 farmers. You also has to be clean. No water should be spilled on the other side. This is my distribution. This is a design issue which we need to look at in Sudan. Then we go from there to the farmer himself. His canal has to be correct. He need not to have there's something called urb that take the water and just go somewhere. That is what I'm going to talk about here, the end user. So this is just because, as I mentioned, I'm a farmer, and I learned a lot from being a shepherd or a herder and being a farmer. So if you look at what is energy efficiency is using technology that utilizes less energy to do the same or similar function as an inefficient devices or processes, like the LED lamp, like the energy efficient motors here, like using variable speed drive. You can reduce your cost or your energy consumption close to 50% if you use the speed drive and you know what you are doing. The same thing with the air conditioning. Air conditioning today, they use variable speed drives to cut down on the energy. Chemical processes, why do you throttle? I mean, we did a lot of work on that. Why do you throttle maybe a pipe and instead reduce the speed of the motor? Now let us look at energy conservation. And this is all, I mean, to do that,
We need education. And I will talk about that in a minute. What is energy conservation? Which is less energy by adjusting your habits or behavior, like turning your thermostat down, like cocking your windows, and so on. This video here is from Nova Scotia. And I would like, and I'm going to leave it, look at it. They save 7% of the energy of generation by using just energy efficiency, which cost them nothing. There are companies here in the United States, they come to you and tell you that, okay, we will throw your old motor, or we look at your process, but the cost, don't pay us anything, but we will share the profit with you. This is in the United States. And as I mentioned, we started this in 1992, 1991 here. Energy efficiency and utility generation here. As I mentioned, there are some utilities also which give you an incentive to have an energy efficient systems. There is a substantial reduction here in energy, as I say here, in energy saving, and operational costs can be achieved through the use of energy efficient systems. Using energy efficient system reduce the end user, you as an individual, monthly electric bill, postpone, look at this here, postpone or eliminate the need to expand electric supply system within the facility. Actually, TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, approached me and Dr. Carrara a few years ago, maybe about 2 years ago. They want to see what is the impact of energy efficiency and alternative energy on their generation. And it did affect it, because when I was working with them, I was a consultant for 10 years there, we were close to 40,000 megawatts. When I look today, it is about 35,000. So using energy efficient system reduce the end user monthly electric bill, postpone or eliminate the need to expand the electric supply system within the facility. In storing energy conserving devices, allow electrical utility to defer, you see here, building distribution and transmission line and generation plants. A small percentage, and I did some calculation on that. A small percentage gain in efficiency provide an immense saving of resources. And this is our generation and transmission. We talked about the losses, which is to fund 25% here, the average. And as Dr. Carrar mentioned, and I support that, it is non-general heat is between 8 to 15%. Why should we? 10% of our generation is lost. I mean, 25 is lost on the way. I'm not talking here about the residential, about that. I'm not talking about this part over here. So we need to look at our industrial system today. And we do have the manpower, very smart, very intelligent. Then the commercial section here, basically, what do I mean by the commercial section? Commercial section is the government buildings. It is this high rise in Sudan. These are the commercial. We need to look at the air conditioning system. We need to look at the cooking. The same thing with the agriculture. I mean, this is my passion. We have pumps here. Why don't we use efficient electric system? Why don't you match the pump to the motor to be efficient? Why don't we have large canals? That's as Hassan Bashir, who was one of the leaders of the electricity corporation, asked me if my family has large canals so that they won't operate during the peak hour. These are also things we can look at that. The same thing with the residential. I mean, today, why do we use inefficient system? Today, if you want to buy a refrigerator, you look at the Energy Star. There, you want to buy even an air cooler. Oh, اشتري لك بتاع الحلب, or buy the one from Iran. I think we must have code. We must have. Not everyone go to China and bring whatever. This is something missing in Sudan, and you will be surprised that when we talk about in 1992, I received a grant from U.S. Power in Philadelphia. The company was based for solar energy in Sudan, and I went there. All my equipment were held at the airport, and this is solar energy. And basically, I was targeting the what we call it Dawanki, because I used to go with the nomads and look at the women pulling this water from a well using an ox and sometimes using their hand. Why don't we have solar at that time? That was in 1992, but I wasn't able, it was a failure and embarrassment for me. So there is a lot we can do today. Look at now when you buy a motor today or buy a fridge, you look at the initial price of the fridge, which is about 2.7% of what you pay during the long period. People need to be educated. When you buy a motor, buy an energy efficient motor, buy an energy efficient refrigerator. So the electricity cost is 97.3%. Please let me know if I'm trying to go as quickly as possible here.
You have 1 minute basically.
1 minute. Okay.
Yeah.
This is just some calculation here I did, and I found that this person can get his money back within 1.5 years here. This is here also when you buy a motor. Don't buy a large motor, because look at the efficiency of the motor here. The efficiency, if the motor is loaded, the efficiency will be very high. And that's what I did with my house. Match the loader to the load. Use a higher I value in your attic here, for example. The same thing when I talked on Ask Amir and Dr. Morano, and I also want to add them about the cold storage, because we do have cold storage where the potato is lost. The other thing, why don't I look at the University of Davis? I looked at Idaho. I look at Tawil, work with Virginia Tech, I believe, professor or graduate student. I don't know. Anyway, why don't we use ASD, variable speed drives? Instead, you can save up to 50% of your energy. You have to go a little bit quicker here. Let me skip this one over here. Motor system and processing used in industrial and commercial sector in Sudan or in developing countries are all inefficient and outdated. And I want to give you the colonial pipeline example, but I will leave this for another time here. The leader, what is the issue here for us? It is the leadership is void in 3 areas: in the strategic vision, the education, incentive, coordination, specification, and standard. This is the most important thing. In coordination and national leadership, there is no coherent national leadership today for us. Deficiency in information. Today, the customer don't know whatever they told them to buy, they buy it. End users do not have sufficient experience or tool to make the best technology of choices. And we do have the manpower in Sudan. In fact, I want to take a sabbatical about maybe 12 years ago to do this in Sudan. It just was unfortunate. They won't let me go. So I said here, end major criterion is the first cost rather than the life cycle cost. They are not always aware of the cost and benefit of efficient motor systems. Lack of strict standard and specification and codes. We can't just let anybody go to China or go to Amarat or bring something in. I recall somebody brought 60 hertz turbine for us to install on the system. Lack of information also in efficient system, as I mentioned, hampers the end user ability to make informed decision. There are no focused utility sponsored program for electric motor system or energy efficient system. And as I mentioned, I'm repeating myself here, education, information, tools, and training. And as I mentioned, I repeat myself, we have the manpower. Utility engineers are not trained. Dealers, motor distributors need to increase their understanding of energy. Even us here, we need to increase our understanding of energy efficient system. We know about the LED lamp, but nothing more. Education, information, tools, and training programs. Department of Energy and Utilities join forces here, talking about to establish a motor system or an energy system incentive program. Yeah. Now here, these are some of the resources you can get your information from. And this is here, the Energy Efficient Motor Guide, the one I wrote, which is out of date. It is outdated, it's 1993. There are many other books, and the internet is full of resources. People need to also look at conference and workshop, coordination and knowledge transfer. And I think I'm on time, I'm on Tasir, I believe.
You're over time, but that's okay. Thank you for the interesting presentation.
Thank you.
I'll try to make mine quick. so that we have some time for question or two at the end. Let's see. So you guys see my presentation, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. It is very hard to follow up a presentation by Dr. Karrar and Dr. Tom, but I'll try to do my best and try to go as fast as I can. I am Muntasir Mahjoub Abbas, professor at Virginia Tech. I'll talk about improving traffic safety in Khartoum, a deep learning vehicle trajectory tracking pilot. And the key line here is a pilot that we just started. My work is with Awad Abdel Halim. He's a PhD candidate with me here at Virginia Tech, and Dr. Jamal Hassan Sid Ahmed, an associate professor at University of Khartoum. So my presentation outline, I'll talk quickly about the modeling and simulation framework we have at VT Scores. VT Scores is my lab, as the acronym is defined down here. And then I'll talk about the safety surrogate analysis and why do we do that, and our latest research effort on safety. And then I'll talk about the collaboration with the University of Khartoum and the next step and our vision. So basically, we use multi-agent system for simulation at Virginia Tech. I've been doing this for the last 15 or 16 years or so at Virginia Tech, and before that at Texas A&M, by the way. So I'm glad to see the speakers from Texas A&M here. And basically, the idea here is that everything that we do at our labs, we look at transportation system in 3 different layers. The bottom layers is what we call the different agents, and that include people walking, vehicles on the road, municipalities and agencies to make decisions, for example, at the policy level and so on, and traffic controllers. The middle layer is the system layer, and that's where everything interacts with themselves, and that includes also the communication mechanisms and the decision making that every individual agent would make based on the environment and based on the information that surrounds the agent. So a lot of what we do is actually how to make the decision making process more accurate when we get the data, and how to encapsulate the behavior, whether it is from a human or a vehicle or a controller and so on. And on the top level, we have the goals and metrics and milestones, and this is where we control the system. So if we are controlling an agent that would listen to us like a traffic controller, then we're doing optimization. And if we are trying to control a person, good luck to us, then we use incentivization. But this is basically everything that we use, and also the interaction include the game theoretical aspects and things of that sort. So you get this multi-agent simulation, and we use microscopic simulation or macroscopic at the big level, or mesoscopic when we are mixing and matching. And as I said, all these ingredients are interacting together. But then we also, at the goal level and the metric level and at the development level, we look at safety aspects, trying to prevent crashes before they even happen. And we look at the control aspect. And this goes all the way from using traditional actuated traffic controllers at individualized intersections, to traffic responsive control, to traffic adaptive control, to even the latest that I presented last time about using music theory and integrate that with traffic flow theory and control theory. And on the bottom here, that's where we do the microscopic simulation, and we can look at futuristic event all the way from existing system to connected and automated vehicles that are going to happen in the future. So I'll focus, of course, on today's talk about the safety analysis and the safety surrogate analysis. And the general idea is that we don't want to wait for the crash to happen. We want to identify the black spots, and we want to be able to assess different intervention strategies. So I did this last night just to illustrate the concept. Over here in this graph, you have distance and time. You have 2 vehicles. One vehicle is going with a constant speed, and the other one initially speeding up and then is slowing down in the future. We don't know that yet. But if you look at this, and if you project if the vehicle goes with the same speed, you're going to find that there is an anticipated time of collision. So you can measure that and you can plot it, that time to collision versus time. But then as the vehicles are moving, hopefully this person comes to their senses or pay attention if they were not paying attention. And now they change, they decelerate. So now there is a new time to collision, and you can also measure that and plot it. And of course, it's higher, that means it's safer. And then in a future point in time, that vehicle now, because it's slowing, that time of collision doesn't even exist. It's beyond the infinity. So there is no danger in that case. So we don't plot it. And the idea here is that, of course, in the beginning, before that vehicle even starts interacting, time of collision also did not exist. Of course, this is an illustrative, simplified example that will show you, like, you can track and see the potential for hazard that happens. And now if you're plotting all the different trajectories at an intersection, at different location, and look at certain threshold, if you're measuring the number of times the time to collision below 2 seconds have happened, then you can have a heat map. And that will tell you where those dangerous locations were. And of course, you could plot it then integrated with the actual geometry, and that will give you a suggestion of what is happening and what kind of intervention strategy that we should apply to avoid crashes from happening. Now, to do this, there is a lot of research and development, of course, and other people are looking at the problem, but we did our own unique contribution to it. So to be able to do those trajectory tracking and heat mapping, there is a need for vehicle trajectory analysis, of course, getting the data and analyzing the data. There is a need for safety assessment and mitigation measures that could be developed after that. The challenge is that there are occlusion problems. And occlusion problems are things beyond the technology's ability to avoid. It's basically, if you have a vehicle like this and the video detection system recognizes it, but then a bus comes in and occlude it, so preventing the camera from seeing it uniquely, by the time the vehicle appears again, then it is given a new number, it is re-identified, and that's of course a wrong data outcome that we want to avoid. And then there is a video quality, and of course when we're working with Sudan, that also becomes another problem. But there is also the data processing speed that we need to improve. So our contribution was to include the domain knowledge in this video tracking processing, and we call that VT lane, virtual traffic lanes, but also W entendre for Virginia Tech in that sense. So we use a video feed from the infrastructure side and utilize flow conservation law within individualized NEMA phasing. I'll talk about the NEMA phasing in the next slide. But the conservation law is basically saying that no car is going to appear from nowhere or disappear to nowhere. So there is conservation within the intersection. And then we address the vehicle identity switches and re-identification occlusion issues. The NEMA is the National Electrical Manufacturer Association phasing standard. Is basically assigning numbers to each direction of the intersection. And then the controller itself works within what we call a ring and barrier diagram. And basically, as time goes by, depending on where that time allocation is, you get different phases allocated to green, and then of course the conflicting phases turns red eventually. And the idea here is that we know, well, if a car is going in phase 8, it is unlikely that it is going to appear again as phase 2. It is going to continue all the way through, and so on for every different phase. So we incorporate that in the algorithm that builds on the existing deep learning framework, like the YOLO 3 and the deep sort algorithms. And so what we do here is that we look at the video frame by frame, and then we track those vehicles using the YOLO algorithm and the deep sort to identify the trajectory. But as we are doing this, and of course in the very beginning, we have to identify when the vehicle appears, where did it appear? Was it going through phase 2, phase 6, phase 4, and so on. So we identify initially where those vehicles are. But then as we are processing the video, if we get some vehicles that appear right in the middle, like that example I've showed earlier. We don't know where that vehicle came from. Then we added this neighborhood search, nearest neighbor algorithm that would look at all the existing vehicles that have been pre-identified with their trajectories and do a voting process for where this vehicle that appeared from nowhere, which one does it resemble the most? And based on that, we re-identified and put it back. So this way, every vehicle that appears in the middle of nowhere is re-identified and reorganized again based on that domain knowledge of the signal phasing requirement. So having that, and we did a lot of work of that, of course, Awad has been working on this as his PhD topic. But then we wanted to do this collaboration with Sudan and with the University of Khartoum. The Sudan specific objectives in this case were that driver behavior model calibration is a very high priority. All of you who have driven in Sudan would very much agree that people drive very differently in Sudan. And then we needed to do a site-specific assessment in there. Now, the challenge is when you're using deep learning, neural networks, those kind of things, there is a lot of training involved. And then if you are trying to transfer that knowledge into a new environment like Sudan, there might be some problems in re-identification of objects and so on, because they might not look the same. They might be different. And then develop site improvement plans and incident impacts on capacities. And then ultimately, and this is futuristic a little bit, looking at the incident clearance time and taking that into the framework that I've mentioned in the very beginning to do the modeling and assess the different alternatives and design optimal strategies. So these are things that you will see in Sudan usually. I'll go through them quickly, but if you observe around this location here, you're just going to see now in maybe a few seconds what is going to happen. Here is a crash. That vehicle goes over there. Somebody didn't get hurt, luckily. And of course, if you look at this one here, you'll see a different kind of a crash that happens. I'll wait on this video a little bit because I want to draw your attention to something maybe strange that we only see over there in Sudan, I think. So you have a crash, you have an incident, someone falling down, things are happening, but the traffic continue moving. You know, this car even went in between the police and that person over here, and they keep moving and people keep crossing the street. And so definitely a different behavior from whatever you can see in modeling and simulation tools. And then over here, and this is at night. Okay, maybe I went too fast. Yeah, you'll see it here. These people coming from the left, turning left, and this car over here. And this is important in the analysis. You see what happens? This car hits this car, and this car actually had to absorb a lot of impact and go all the way back. Now, the videos on the bottom are just running our algorithm. So what you will see is all these video tracking and identification of objects. Even a person or a car or a motorcycle or a truck. Truck here is anything that is not a personal car, basically. So we get all of this analysis running, and we get all the trajectory data outside. When you're running video on a slide, it takes a lot of memory from the computer, and it doesn't want to let go. But now you look at the trajectory analysis. So this trajectory analysis can identify the problem locations and potential mitigation strategies, and then also incident impact on capacity. Like I've mentioned, some people kept moving. So yes, that's it's a safety issue, but it is an operation, had an operation impact as well. Now, if you look at these trajectories, even if you were analyzing several hours, you will see that certain trajectory went into the wrong direction. So there must be an accident over here, even if you did not see the video. If you look at this trajectory, this yellow track from that vehicle has stopped, did not complete all the way. So there must be an incident that happened here. And then if you look at the green one, instead of just straight lines, you'll see that it was jagged. And so that indicates an impact that vehicle took over there. So that kind of analysis could be done after the fact. The next step, of course, is that we need more video acquisition and analysis from there, because then we can develop the heat map for every specific site. And based on that, we can do a safety assessment and a suggested improvement strategies. So one of the benefits of being able to calibrate models and embedding them into the simulation and modeling framework is that you can evaluate future actions and future implementation or suggested strategies, so that you don't have to do the strategy first and after the fact find that it was not effective. And the model calibration and operation modeling and analysis in itself will be a valuable addition to the literature at the very least. So I'm coming to an end here. Just want to say that in our own vision and the key points, things that I'm happy about, quite frankly, first of all, is that the PhD student who is working on this, he's a Sudanese PhD student candidate. I work with him very closely. He's like a family member now. I'm proud very much of him. And he was just selected as a graduate student of the year at Virginia Tech. And knowing that we have more than 6,000 graduate students at Virginia Tech, that's a big deal. There are brilliant collaborators from Sudan. Dr. Jamal Hassan is absolutely amazing, and I'm very happy to work with him. And I just want to highlight that it's important to do this, because if we do it, we access local knowledge and data and field work, and we can provide our expertise and resources that we have over here. And of course, we can aim to publish jointly, which is, in addition to being beneficial to us individually, it can eventually raise the ranking of the universities in Sudan. We all know how great those universities are, and that they are not really getting the attention that they deserve. So this is one way to contribute to that. And then again, capacity building and a chance to do students mentoring and eventually bringing them as well here for their graduate studies. Most of all, most importantly, the benefits to Sudan in terms of improving safety, in reducing congestion, and giving back to our country, our beloved country. So I'll end here. It's just a reminder that a journey of 1,000 collaborations, I put that instead of a miles, begins with a single step. I really would love to see more collaborations between ASAPA members and partners in Sudan, and remembering that the best way to predict the future is to create it. Thank you very much. My other hat, I guess, as a moderator. So thank you very much again, Dr. Karrar and Dr. Tom. I see some questions here. I know we are 2 minutes over time, but we also started 5 minutes. So in the very short time left, there was a very good question from Dr. Ibrahim, and I would like to address it to Dr. Karrar and Dr. Tom as well very quickly about the opportunity to include solar panels at homes, and how what's your opinion about doing that, and how agencies over there in Sudan can facilitate that. If I'm reading the question right, I remember. This is from memory, from before I start my presentation.
Yes, very quickly. Without incentives, it is problematic right now. That's why I mentioned incentives, and they're necessary for the intervention by the government to incentivize companies of the private sector who are ready and who are already engaged in providing solutions. Now, people would usually weigh, or in making these decisions, they weigh their options in terms of as an economic appraisal, try and see the payback period. Sometimes it is thought of differently, because in electricity, there's something that we call the value of lost load, which escalates astronomically when you have no load. When you have absolutely no electricity, then the value of lost load becomes extremely high. And we're seeing that happen when people have the ability. They don't think of it as in terms of payback. They think of it as, this is a need. we need to address that need. So people, as and where they can, are installing solar energy. But that is people. But in order for the companies to for this to happen on a grand scale, and for private sector to invest, then of course it must be approached as an economic exercise. In that case, we need to make the cost. We make solar energy attractive as it is elsewhere around the globe, and that is by providing these incentives. Because people now are enjoying electricity at subsidized costs, which are much below the international rates. So the only way to go around this is to, I mean, that is when electricity is available, of course. But of course, a lot of time it's not available. So with the incentives, my answer was that we're seeing. Depending on the amount of incentives, we're seeing payback periods in the range of 3 to 6 years, which makes sense, and it is in line with the international practice. But these we have to have this thinking, this change of culture, this acceptance of the private sector as a player in generating and contributing electrical power. That needs to happen first from the government. So
thank you very much. Great, thank you. So there are a lot of questions on the chat, and I'll encourage everyone to continue posting questions and from the speakers to continue answering them. And for the benefit of time, we're going to move on to the next session, and this is about the education and distant learning. So Dr. Raja, if you could please introduce the speakers. Thank you. You're muted, Raja.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. So our ASAPA member, Dr. Bakri Abdelmajid, who is faculty member at Winona State University, has created a group and has been working with professors from the University of Khartoum, Sudan. And he has also been working with another professor who is not here today. We would like to acknowledge him in a minute. So Dr. Bakri has been working with Dr. Iman Abul Maali and Dr. Akram Khalifa on distance learning and on many other initiatives regarding distance learning and availability of internet for the higher education in Sudan. So a good thing, by the way, about all the work they do together is because the internet gives us trouble. They often record their presentations so that in case we have issues with the internet, we can play that. So I'm going to ask Dr. Bakri Abdelmajid to introduce the work they have done and the professors he's working with. We also have Dr. Ali Suri, the Dean of Faculty of Engineering or College of Engineering at the University of Khartoum in Sudan. So I will let you continue the introductions, and then everybody can share their screens. If we have issues, we will ask Dr. Bakri to play the recorded presentations. Go ahead, Dr. Bakri.
Okay. Is this clear?
Yes.
I can see it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Raja, for the introduction. My name is Bakri Abdelmajid. I'm a professor of composite engineering at Winona State University. We basically started this work at the before the Corona crisis, because there is always crisis in the Sudan. So the university was closed because of the revolution,
for a number of months. Students were sent home, and then they came, and briefly after they came, the COVID hit. So we were trying to see how can we help with distant learning. Not only the University of Khartoum, but most of the universities in the Sudan, to deal with these crises of closing the universities. So we've been talking with Dr. Iman Abul Maali, who was the head of the network at the university, and we also talked with the deans of engineering and architecture, and the need was obviously there. So I formed a team with Dr. Abdul Mun'im Al-Mardi from from a university in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and Abdul Mun'im had already experience in giving workshops and teaching learning management system, especially the Moodle learning management system, which is used in the Sudan. So I worked with him to develop this workshop. So we offered 2 workshops. Let me close this. 2 10-session workshops, one for the College of Engineering and one for the College of Architecture. Dr. Abdul Mun'im has already been offering a workshop on Moodle for the College of Medicine and the College of Dentistry. And at the time I approached him, he was starting one with the College of Pharmacology. So he had experience in the system, and what I worked with him is to add sessions on pedagogy. What is the type of pedagogy that is needed and in online learning and online teaching? So we had designed the course or the workshop to have 5 sessions in pedagogy and 5 sessions in the technology. And the sessions will offer very hands-on. So I will offer 1 session on pedagogy and then follow it by a session in technology. And with the technology, we have all the participants have to bring a course to practice in, and then a course to develop online. So it was pretty much hands-on. We had about 33 to 36 students, participants, faculty in engineering and faculty for the engineering session, and also about 36 faculty of architecture in the architecture session. The consistent attendance was about 21 to 24 faculty, and that is basically depending on the availability of power and access to the internet. So I will just give a brief description of each session in the pedagogy, and then a brief description of the sessions in the technology. For the pedagogy, we started with an introduction. We looked covered the basics of online teaching and learning. What are the challenges of distant learning for students, and what are the challenges of distance teaching for faculty? And we conveyed to them that these challenges are not unique to the students in the Sudan, and they are not unique to the faculty in the Sudan. They are challenges that have been as students in the United States or in Europe or anywhere have been facing these challenges. And we gave them a number of articles and papers on online teaching and online learning, in addition to the presentations. The second session on the pedagogy was on the course design, how to design a course for online teaching. So designing a coherent online course. We talked about higher education and the accreditation standards, and we used the system in the U.S. as a model, which is based on the ABET accreditation. So we talk about the intentionality of higher education, and how it should be based, at least in the engineering field, it should be based on educational objectives and students' outcomes, and how these objectives and outcomes should be aligned with the assessment and with the activities in the course. We talked about the assessment, the syllabus, and the course organization that is needed to have a quality online course. In session 3, and these are all, usually we plan for 2-hour sessions, but they go over to 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. Session number 3 was significant online learning experience. In the previous session, we talked about Bloom's taxonomy. Here, for significant learning, we talked about Fink taxonomy, and how the aspect of not only knowledge, but also the human aspect of learning and teaching. And then we talked about the high impact practices, which they have been using in face-to-face courses. How can you then transfer these practices to online teaching and online learning for the students? We had a session on building resilience in remote learning, and of course you don't really teach the people in Sudan about resilience, because this is their daily life, is resilience. Overcoming all the odds and all the problems that face any student or faculty from leaving their home to go to school. But we talked about developing resilience for online teaching for faculty and online learning for students, and how by adopting these resilience measures, how can the faculty be kind of role models for students to overcome the problems and the issues of online learning. We talked also about the interactivity and the quality, how to engage this students online, and we invited Dr. Yaping Gao from the Quality Matters organization, and she gave a 2-hour session on quality on online teaching, with the standards used in approving classes and programs and so on, and she was excellent on that. Session 5 was use of rubrics in the assessment, and how to do continuous assessment and feedback in online teaching and learning. we for this the session for architecture was the second session. So for engineering, we included the Creative Commons and open education resources as a part of this session. But then we realized that this is really a vast area and it merits a session by itself. And Dr. Iman Abul-Amali and Dr. Abdul Munaim al-Mardi offered a session on the use of open education resources and the issues of copyright policies and regulations. For the sessions and technology, and these were, as I said, hands-on. We subscribed in Moodle, and then we offer the course in Moodle. This is the learning management system that is used by all the universities in Sudan. And Abdul Munaim will have them do homework and participate with their laptops and computers in the session. So the first session was on navigation and course administration on Moodle. A few of the faculty had some experience because Moodle has been around. But the majority of the faculty, just like what we had here at the US, the faculty were reluctant on using the learning management system or even trying to offer an online course. So we had to really bring them and hook them up and show them the advantages of using the learning management systems. The hands-on course was also to develop video lectures using PowerPoints, for example, and then adding resources in Moodle. Of course, all of us have honed our experiences with the learning management systems we use in our universities, especially during the pandemic. So these systems are vast. They have so many options, and Abdul covered some resources, and he also offered advanced skills, adding advanced resources to the course, like adding a 5 minutes lecture and then embedding assessment within the lecture, and then showing the results of the feedback or giving feedback during the lecture. Session 4 was the tools in Moodle, adding activities to the course, how to engage the students within the learning management system. And the last session was managing assessment and in Moodle. So as I would cover a topic on the pedagogy, it will be followed by the topic and hands-on application in the technology. We did not get, we offered the first session to engineering during our winter break in December. And that took about 5 weeks. And then we offered the second session while the spring semester was on. So, and that was about also 6 or 7 weeks. So after that, we had to go back to our teaching and so on. So we didn't really get to develop good surveys, but now we are working on that to get some feedback, and hopefully we can present that later. Uh, uh, what we learned is that after we were done, then the College of Science and Mathematics approached Iman Abul Maali, and she said, we want the same workshop. And then the College of Arts, which was one of the colleges that were most resistant to online learning, approached Iman also and asked for the course. So there is a need for to do this for all the colleges, and the message we want to give here is that please try to offer a similar workshop in your field, whether it is in agriculture or whether in science or in economics or in any field. They say don't lay a crisis to waste. So the crisis of the COVID has opened a lot of opportunities for us to be more efficient in collaboration, whether in research or in teaching or workshops with not only the University of Khartoum, but with all the universities in Sudan. I would like to acknowledge ASAPA because the two events, our presentation in the last conference, and then ASAPA asked us to offer a webinar, and that really gelled the interest, and that led to offering these workshops. Dr. Yaping Gao offered a 2-hour session to engineering and a 2-hour session also to architecture, which was very good. Margaret Trott and English fellows offered the session on resilience. She had an experience at the University of Namibia, and she learned how faculty and students deal with online teaching there, and conveyed that to the faculty at the University of Khartoum. Deans Ali Suri and Akram Khalafallah helped us a lot in getting the troops together and creating the workshop. And of course, Dr. Iman Abul Maali was instrumental in the success of this program. So I will end here, and I will introduce Dean Ali Suri from the Dean of College and Engineering to share with us what is happening in the college, and also some of the results about the experience they had in teaching online in the last semester. So let me stop sharing and introduce Dr. Ali Suri.
Dr. Bakri, please continue in the introduction. I just would like to say, if any of our audience would like translation from Arabic to English for any of our presentations, please let us know and we will get back with you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ali, do you?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. I send my greetings, hot greetings from Sudan. All of you, maybe with accompanied with some little particles of haboob.
Thank you.
From our lovely country. Thanks a lot. Thanks, ASAPA, for giving us this opportunity to talk to you about our experience, our distance learning experience in faculty of Khartoum. So I am going to share my presentation, just a little presentation. Maybe sometimes There are 2 or 3 slides in Arabic. Maybe I can translate it. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, let us go. Up. Okay, our experience in Sudanese universities. We are going to talk about what happened and what about the experience of digital learning in the Faculty of Khartoum, Faculty of Engineering, University of Khartoum. So firstly, I'm going to talk to you about the faculty. Maybe some of you know about it, but this is a total number of undergraduate students in 1920. This is a portion of, we have 8 departments: mechanical, electrical, civil, chemical, agriculture. And the distribution of a student by department, as you see to the right. And there is a big difference in the number of students if you compare the last year and this year. This year we have almost about 850 new students for the next coming year. They are going to start at the 1st of August, next 1st of August, just after Eid al-Adha, inshallah. They are going to start. We are going to receive about 850 students. This is the Faculty of Engineering. If we talk about gender-wise, Dr. Karrar, we can talk about chicks. We have about 700 student female in the faculty, and the distribution between the different departments, as you see in this figure. Most of our female students are in chemical and in electrical and civil engineering. We start 2 years or 2 or 3 years before, we in mining and petroleum and in surveying department, because before we have no female students in this department. Okay. E-learning in our faculty, as the Professor Bakri has mentioned, we started with training of our staff and to know what is e-learning and how can be organized. And after that, we have prepared a report, comprehensive report or study about the situation and how we can apply our plan for e-learning on the era of COVID-19. So based on our study, we have concluded that there are many obstacles, and we divided these obstacles into maybe 2 categories. The common obstacles, as you know, poor internet service for the majority, and the availability only of the availability of the internet in Khartoum and some towns. And lastly, also, we have a big problem with internet. That means it becomes very costly for students and even for professors. Okay. The second problem we talk about a lot, the interruption of electricity service. Even inside the campus, last month and this month, we have even interruption of electricity inside the campus. I mean, inside the faculty. The third common obstacle that we can talk about significant variation of the ability to use education technology from the side of the student. Maybe this is not a big problem. Maybe from the side of teacher. If we talk about obstacles from the side of the student, as we know, we all of us, we have the habit or to have a direct teaching. So a lack or a weak of communication with the teacher, this may affect the student comprehension in lecture. I think this is a general problem all around the world. One of the issues also, a weak social communication among all the students may lead to a loss of interest in belonging to the university itself. Also, an absence of the students from his space in a classroom or even in an exercise or labs. This may lead to the student weakness or of his or a weakness of his abilities. Okay, this is one of also we in our study we have picked out some requirement for an e-learning. We talk about equipment here and sometimes a training. Training for the staff, how to use a learning management system, even for the student. And from the hardware also, we have to get a server inside the campus, or sometimes we can use a free online LMS system offered on the internet. How we can face also the problem of electricity interruption. Also, we need, as we know, for an e-learning, we need a high number of TA. And lastly, we have engaged about 15 new teaching assistants in different departments. This is also enhanced the e-learning process. Lastly, also, as you know, the educational, or we can talk about an academic regulation. We know that if we talk about the ancient academic regulations, we mentioned that as the student, if he is absent from lectures, 25% of a lecture, maybe he could be debarred from an examination. Okay, so we changed this regulation to be adopted for e-learning. We prepare some laboratories. Yes, as we know, we have many students in the campus with Dakhliyat, and they have not enough laptops or to be used, or even sometimes for the student outside the campus, they have no desktop to follow up our lectures. So we have prepared 2 labs with a capacity of 50 desktops, and we have a big laboratory with a capacity of 150 desktop. We bought some webcam, USB webcam for registration of lectures. Okay, for the distance learning, as we know, maybe synchronous or asynchronous teaching. So we have adopted a blended one. That means we, the teacher has possibility to use a different way, either to send his lecture accompanied with voice registration. He can scan his hand notes and combine with sound registration, or even he can use an LMS, and in this case he can use a Moodle, for example, because we have been trained. Sometimes he can use his PowerPoint registered with voice, etc., etc. And for the apps, also he can use a WhatsApp, Telegram. So the teaching staff is free to use whatever he could use, or he know how can use this application. But we face a real problem. We have some professors, they said, no, we would like to have direct lecture in campus. Well, in this case, so for big classes, we divided the class into two. Okay. The first half of the class, we attend the lecture, we registered, and we uploaded this lecture. The other half of the class will come for the next week and register this next lecture with the professor, and so on. Some classes in some departments, number of students are not so big, so they have direct teaching face-to-face lectures. Yes, for the laboratories also, we use our laboratory. For sure, we have to keep social distancing, mask, and so on. This is some plans for different departments. This is, for example, the civil department. Yes, for the civil department, they nominated for each class. They nominated a coordinator, and the coordinator is responsible for filming, for uploading, for receiving, following the teacher, for the lecturer, for his lectures to be uploaded, and so on. Yes, some here for the mining department, and we ask if they have laptops, if he had a laptop for using e-learning, and knowledge also. And also a number of hours he can ready to spend for an e-learning. That the average is 5 hours. Just here, this is for the apps used, either Zoom, Microsoft Teams, PDF with registration, PowerPoint registration, Moodle, or other Moodle with Zoom, Google Meet, etc., etc. We have many. Yes, this is, for example, 5th year, the last academic year, number of students for each department. Yeah, the number of students in campus, resident campus, في ترحاقة والبركس. Yes, about an emails available. As we know, we discovered that not many students have emails, so we ask them to create emails to be registered and to send essays, exams, homework, assignment with emails. Because some professors prefer to deal with the student through an email messages. Okay, conclusion. The e-classes strongly help us to continue teaching learning and to finish a year activities during a restriction because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Really, without this experience, I don't know how we can. Maybe up to now we are continuing with maybe we are continuing with the student of academic year 2019-2020. Also, we remark that the students they are little bit taking up in growing and enrollment are relatively low to activities campus based. And as I mentioned, many students are at home. Sometimes they cannot follow because no electricity or he has no internet. But we remark something that maybe when for example, I have a lecture and the number of students enrolled with Zoom are not less than 50%. So I try to ask to make attendance. Sometimes I call for Mr. Muhammad. He said to me there is 2 other students. That means they are sharing the connection of internet. Okay. One of the benefits for us, we have faculty staff enrolled in PhD studies abroad. They participated in a teaching load activities. For example, in the Department of Mining, Department of Petroleum, they have no enough staff in Khartoum, but they have many PhD students outside Sudan, and they follow and they follow students here and they participate in teaching activities. This is them. We have challenges at the level of the university and the faculty, ICT infrastructure improvement. That means we network, data center, servers, etc., etc., etc. Electricity also. Yes, there is a faculty staff resistance. We remark that some teachers they are resisting or they have a literacy or unwillingness related to e-learning. So we have many things to be done to have at least 80% of the staff to be enrolled in e-learning. And this will help us for the next year, the new coming students that I mentioned earlier, that we are going to have 850 students for the first year. They are going to be enrolled in first year. Many students, many groups, and if we activated very well e-learning for this year, this will help us. Okay. Lastly, I can say thanks, ASAPA. Thanks. Thank you.
Would you click on the stop share? Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay. Okay, stop sharing. Where is it?
It should be at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah. Stop share, yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay, Bakri, go ahead.
Okay, I have the presentation of Dr. Iman Abul Maali. She has recorded the presentation because she was not sure about having a power during the presentation. So let me see. Can you all see this?
Yes, we can see the screen.
All right.
And Iman is here for questions later.
Yes. Dr. Iman is with us.
Assalamu alaikum. Can I just start greeting our colleagues and say thank you to ASAPA for supporting the University of Khartoum staff, and to thank Prof. Bakri, Prof. Raja, Prof. Abdul Munim. And please accept my apologies because I started, because I prepared the presentation in Arabic. So I can present it. If you want it in English, I can present it from the beginning. So, or you can just go to the recorded presentation as you like. Okay, thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم زملائنا في أسابا. أنا متشكرة شكرا جزيلا وأشكركم بالنيابة عن كل أساتذة جامعة الخرطوم على كل الدعم اللي وصل لنا منكم وعلى كل الاهتمام بنا كجامعة. ومحاضرتنا دي عنوانها نحو حلول موثوقة ومستدامة للتعليم الإلكتروني في السودان. وأنا إيمان أبو المعالي عبد الرحمن، أستاذ مشارك بقسم الهندسة الكهربائية والإلكترونية في جامعة الخرطوم. محتوى المحاضرة فيه البوينت الأولى هي عبارة عن problem statement، بيان المشكلة، وحوري الأوبجكتيفز بتاعتنا اللي بنقدم بها هذا البروبوزل، وحنشرح يعني شنو شبكات البحث العلمي والتعليم القومية، يعني شنو شبكة البحث العلمي والتعليم السودانية سودرين Sudanese Research and Education Network، وحنتكلم عن العلاقة ما بين سودرين وتعليم إلكتروني قوي ومستدام، وحنقدم توصياتنا في النقطة الثالثة. في بيان المشكلة عارفين إنه كل الدراسات اللي عملناها وإحنا بنقدم تعليم إلكتروني إنه في دول العالم النامي زي السودان عندنا ضعف في الانفراستراكشر، في الكهرباء، في الإنترنت، في حتى الريسورسز في الداتا سنترز اللي ممكن تهوست الليرنينج مانجمنت سيستم. عندنا مشكلة في البنيات التحتية. والتعليم الإلكتروني في معظم الدول في كيان بيقوم به، وإحنا عندنا في السودان مشكلة تشتت وجهود، يعني ما في كيان قومي، يعني ناشونال بودي كده بيقوم بالشغل ده. وزارة التعليم العالي مشكورة في بداية ما ظهرت في كوفيد 19 في 2020 عملت لجنة لدعم التعليم الإلكتروني واشتغلت شغل كتير حقيقة، لكن كان مفروض اللجنة دي تتحول لإدارة أو لكيان، يعني وحدة إدارة تابعة للتعليم العالي عشان تقوم بشكل كامل بهذه المهمة. المشكلة الثالثة إنه عندنا شبكات بحث علمي وتعليم قومية، وهي بتقدم خدمات infrastructure وبتقدم applications ICT application للإديوكيشن، ولكن عندها مشكلة إنه في ضعف الوعي بأهميتها لدى الستيك هولدرز ولمتخذي القرار. فإذا إحنا ممكن نقول عندنا 3 مشاكل: ضعف في الانفراستراكشر، وعندنا ما في توحيد للجهود على المستوى القومي، وعندنا مشكلة ضعف في الوعي بأهمية شبكات البحث العلمي والتعليم القومية. وبالتالي الهدف الرئيسي من هذا المقترح إننا نقدم solutions لوزارة التعليم العالي وللجامعات ولكل الستيك هولدرز بناشونال سيستم يكون sustainable، يكون سمارت، يكون اجايل، على اساس انه يدعم لي الاي ليرنينج ويخدم لي كل مؤسسات التعليم العالي في السودان. ده الهدف من المقترح. ننتقل نعرف يعني شو شبكة البحث العلمي والتعليم القومية، بالإنجليزي اسمها National Research and Education Networks NREN. والNREN غالبا في كل دولة بيكون عندها اسم، يعني ممكن الناس في أمريكا عارفين إنترنت 2 لكن ما عارفين إنها هي المصطلح بتاع الأساسي إن It's a National Research and Education Network. التعريف بتاعها لو كتبته في جوجل NREN بتلقى التعريفات كتيرة جدا في ويكيبيديا وكده، لكن بتعرف على إنها سيرفيس بروفايدر، هي مقدم خدمة بيشتغل لمصلحة المؤسسات البحثية والأكاديمية الأعضاء. هي بتعامل الكيان وبتجي المؤسسات تسجل عضوية في هذا الكيان، وبتلقى سيرفيسز من ضمنها سيرفيس بتاع الربط الشبكي كونكتيفيتي وإنترنت، بتمشي تفاوض شركات الاتصالات وتقلل التكلفة على الجامعة. وبعد كده بتقدم اكسترا سيرفيسز عشان تسبورت كل الكولابوريشن اللي ممكن يكون مطلوب بين المؤسسات وبين الأكاديميين والباحثين. فدي خريطة بتوري في العالم كله، اللون الأخضر ده دي existing NRENs in operation، باللون الأصفر دي NRENs in advanced planning، وحنلقاها طبعا يعني في أفريقيا كثيرة جدا لسه ما تكونت، لسه ما بقت حقيقية، و early or no planning for NREN ده اللون الرمادي. الخريطة دي 2015 في تقرير عمله البنك الدولي. أنا أعتقد في أفريقيا اللون الأصفر ده ابتدى يتغير لأنه في شبكة إقليمية أفريقية اسمها أوبونتو نت ألاينس ابتدت تشتغل في رفع الوعي، بتمشي بتزور الدول لحد ما تتكون عندهم NREN. يعني الNREN دي طيب كيان قومي وكده، شنو السيرفيسز اللي بتقدمها؟ السيرفيس الأساسية هي الكونكتيفيتي والإنترنت، وبالتالي بتدير مركز تشغيل الشبكة. بيكون في نوك نتورك اوبريشن سنتر موجود في داتا سنتر معين، وبيكون في مهندسين فول تايم انجينيرز قاعدين بيشتغلوا في الشبكة دي بيديروها. كمان هذه الNREN بتعمل ديبلايمنت الانترنت بروتوكول ادريسز بتديها للجامعات، وبتكون ديديكيتد للجامعه، يعني الاي بي ادرس طوالي اول ما تقرا وبتعرف انه دي يونيفرستي اوف خرطوم او يونيفرستي اوف شندي او كده. وطالما بيديروا الشبكه بيقدموا سيرفيسز بتاع التامين، اي سيرفيس بتاع اداره الشبكه بالكامل. هذه الشبكات بتقدم عدد كبير جدا منها بيقدم إدارة لنظم التعليم الإلكتروني. في مصر شبكة الجامعات المصرية بتقدم عندهم وحدة كاملة اسمها التعليم الإلكتروني، بيبتدي الخدمة بيقدموها من التدريب للهوستنج لكل السيرفيس بتاعت الإي ليرنينج بتقدمه شبكة الجامعات المصرية. في خدمات أخرى بتقدمها حوسبة شبكية كلاود كومبيوتينج، بتقدم هوستنج للريبوزيتوريز، بتقدم فيديو كونفرنس سيستمز، بتقدم تريننج اند كاباسيتي بيلدينج. النوع الثالث من الخدمات هي الميدل وير سيرفيسز زي ايجيروم ايجيوجين، يعني في خدمات يمكن بيسمعوا بها الاكاديميين والباحثين لما يجوا يشتغلوا ريسيرش وكده، بيعرفوا انه بيكون عندهم ايدنتيتي معروفه ويشتغلوا كولابوريشن. مثلا انت في امريكا تعمل كولابوريشن مع باحث في افريقيا ولا في ايشيا، بتكون عندك ايدنتيتي كريسيرشر، وبتكون رومينج حتى عشان انت تدخل بيوزر نيم والباسورد من سيستم في بلدك لسيستم اخر وهكذا. اذا السيرفيس اللي بتقدمها بتقدم كونكتيفيتي خدمات الربط الشبكي بكل السيرفيسز الخاصه بها، وبتقدم ICT applications for education وغيره، وبتقدم ميدل وير سيرفيسز وغيره، يعني كل NREN بتبدع في تقديم خدماتها. نيجي نتكلم يعني الNREN دي تابعة لمنو؟ هي تابعة للجامعة، تابعة للوزارة، كيان مستقل. في دراسات كثيرة اتعملت، النموذج الأغلب الغالب والأفضل والمحبذ إنه تكون الشبكة دي يعني مستقلة، مؤسسة مستقلة تعترف بها الدولة كاندبندنت بودي، وتكون نون بروفيت ونون جوفرمنتال، ولكن وهي نون جوفرمنتال بتكون مملوكة للانستتيوشنز يعني للجامعات الحكومية بالذات والأهلية ومراكز البحث العلمي، وهم دول اللي بيكون عندهم السلطة عليها. مع وجود دعم سياسي ومالي تأسيسي من الحكومة. يعني الحكومة بتكون دايما أسست الشبكة دي وبتكون صرفت على البنية التحتية بتاعتها، لكن ما بتتدخل في قراراتها، يعني بتكون non governmental بالكامل. وإن كان في يعني في العالم في نماذج كثيرة جدا، لكن ده النموذج الأفضل. أمثلة ليها حنلقى في أفريقيا في إيثرنت، في إثيوبيا كينت، في كينيا. لو عملت سيرش على كينت طوالي بتجيك الشبكة الكينية، شبكة فاعلة جدا ونشيطة. سومالي رين دي 2015 احنا كنا في ثالث انرين في افريقيا من المستوى بتاعنا كان عالي. سومالي رين كانوا بيتعلموا مننا عشان عايزين يعملوا شبكة. الان هم مربوطين في في يوروب، هم الان كونكتد بالكامل، هم فاتونا يعني، ما عايز اقول للاسف لكن ده الحاصل. وسودرين بتلقوها موجوده، لو عملتوا سيرش على كلمه سودرين حتلقوا الويب سايت بتاعها، حتلقوا نشاطاتها، حتلقوا كلام كتير جدا. دي يعني حوالي اكثر من الان 10 سنين، لكن كانت فاعله جدا في ال8 سنين الاوائل. انترنت في الولايات المتحده، كناري في كندا، في شبكه في انديا، في تشاينا، بتلقوا في كل العالم. جبت نماذج فقط، العالم كله تقريبا فيه شبكات انرين. ننتقل للشبكة السودانية، وده موضوعنا المهم. شبكة البحث العلمي والتعليم السوداني، احنا بالعربي بنكتب سودرين، يعني سين واو دال را نون. سودرين هي الشبكة القومية للبحث العلمي والتعليم الوحيدة والرسمية في السودان. احنا عندنا خطاب ريكوجنيشن في 2011 من وزارة التعليم العالي إننا الانرين الوحيدة، والخطاب ده استخدمناه في التعامل مع المنظمات العالمية عشان يحصل لنا ريكوجنيشن. والوحيدة لأنه كانرين بكل الأهداف بتاعتها وبكل الاستراكشر بتاعها وبكل وصفها الحقيقي كانرين اتس يونيك، يعني ما في السودان غيرها. في شبكة اسمها شمس عملتها وزارة التعليم العالي في تحدي في 2017 لسودرين عشان تهدمها، لكن ما كانت انرين، كانت عبارة عن ربط شبكي فقط، ما بيقدم أي سيرفيسز عدا الإنترنت. إذا سودرين دي حققت نجاح منقطع النظير من 2010 ل 2017، وأنا بتمنى أي واحد يدخل يكتب سودرين في الإنترنت في جوجل، هيشوف لينكس كتيرة جدا، ويتبع اللينكس دي هيلقوا نشاطات، حضور مؤتمرات وغيره. للأسف في 2017 وزارة التعليم العالي قررت قرار ما حكيم وما عادل، بأنها تقلع سودرين وتصبح وحدة داخل وزارة التعليم العالي، وبالتالي المهندسين ال13 مهندس المدربين على مستوى عالي على مدى 7 سنين يعني مشوا ما حصل لهم تعيين، و يعني الشبكة فقدت الكادر بتاعها وفقدت البيزنس بلان بتاعتها. هنشوف بعد شوية يعني شنو البيزنس بلان بتاعتها. والآن السيرفيس بتاعتها متدنية جدا، لأنه في مهندس واحد بس بيستجيب للأعطال وللبلاغات وكده. فسودرين الموجودة الآن it is not سودرين اللي احنا خليناها 2017 يعني. عايزة إحياء، هي موجودة كإنفراستراكشر، كفايبر، كربط شبكي، موجودة كبنية، لكن it's not ككيان. برضو تقرير البنك الدولي في 2015 ورانا الانرينز في أفريقيا. هنلقى إنه باللون البلو established enrins، اللون البني ده operational enrins السودان. أنا عايزة أشوف كل مستوى بيعني شنو. المستوى الرابع ده شبكة متقدمة، المستوى الثالث شبكة عاملة operational، المستوى الثاني ناشئة، والمستوى الأول لا توجد أو ضعيفة. فحنلقى السودان في المستوى الثالث، وإحنا فخورين والله إننا في المستوى ده. كلام ده طبعا 2015، لكن لو كانت انرين يعني ظلت في نفس مكانها بنفس البيزنس بلان بتاعتها اندبندنت من الحكومة، كنا حنكون أكيد شبكة متقدمة مع ساوث أفريقيا وكينيا. وكانت زامبيا دي كانت بعيدة بالمناسبة، زامبيا دي اتعلمت مننا كيف نعمل شبكات في 2009 و2010. سريعا عايزة أقول إنه كانت مربوطة بجيانت في يوروب، وكانت هي الربط ده كان مؤقت لمدة سنة واحدة، لكن كان المفروض في مشروع اسمه أفريكا كونكت. لو كنا واصلنا كانت ربطنا في أفريكا كونكت، وكان هسي نكون كولابوريتنج مع ريسيرشرز في يوروب. عندنا فايبر من كنار، وعندنا فايبر من سوداتيل، وكل الجامعات دي 102 جامعة مربوطين بأوبتيكال فايبر، وكان في دعم حكومي من صندوق دعم المعلوماتية صرفوا عليها البنية التحتية بتاعتها، اتصرف عليها. يعني شنو 102 مؤسسة؟ يعني جامعات، أكاديميات، كليات تقنية، مراكز بحث علمي، كلها اتربطت في هذه الشبكة وكانت شغالة بشكل ممتاز، يعني حسب تقارير حتى البنك الدولي وتقارير كثيرة ودراسات كثيرة اتعملت على أفريقيا. يعني سودرن كانت متميزة لأن كانت NGO وكان فيها 13 full time engineers. Global Research and Education Network، نمر على سريع عشان الزمن. عندنا جيرنت، عندنا نورث ايست ايشيا، وهكذا. وبنتو نت هي الشبكة اللي احنا مربوطين فيها. موضوعنا الخامس نحو تعليم إلكتروني قوي ومستدام. هنلقى انه احنا عايزين نقول انه هذه الانرن هي اللي بتقدم لي البنية التحتية، الانفراستراكشر، وكل التكنولوجيز والريسورسز اللي ممكن تساعد في انطلاق الابتكار، الانوفيشن، وتساعدنا انه يكون في كولابوريشن ما بين الريسيرشرز والستودنتس والستاف، يعني لوكالي وعلى المستوى الريجن وعلى المستوى الجلوبال، وان هي حتكون هي التول الاساسيه للديفلوبمنت في البلد. العالم كله بيعتمد على الانرن انها تعمل له ديفلوبمنت. مهم جدا نقول ان هي ما مجرد سيرفيس بروفايدر، هي بتلعب دورا وسيط عشان تساعدنا نجيب اتفاقيات مع شركات الاتصالات ونخفض رسوم الانترنت للطلاب، لانه دي من المشاكل اللي حصلت، اللي احنا يعني حصرناها واحنا بندرس مشاكل التعليم الالكتروني. وممكن تقدم خدمات الفيديو كونفرنس بدل ما ندفع بالدولار عشان نشترك في مؤسسات وغيرها، وممكن تستضيف لنا منصات إدارة التعلم بدل ما إحنا الجامعة ما قادرة حتى الداتا سنتر بتاعتها تستضيف، أو ندفع قروش ونشتغل برا، أو ندفع لشركات الاتصالات. ممكن تعمل لنا تدريب. إذا الإنرن هتقدم لنا حلول، هي منصة للابتكار، وهتقدم لنا تعليم إلكتروني قوي ومستدام إذا هي كيان قومي بيشتغل على مستوى البلد، يقدم كل التقنيات الممكنة للتعليم. التجارب العالم عندنا في لبنان، الشبكة اللبنانية خفضت تكلفة الجيل الرابع للطلاب، الفورث جنريشن موبايل، يعني موبايل كوميونيكيشن، خفضتها في اتفاقيات ما بين وزارة التعليم مع وزارة الاتصالات، لكن الخدمة دي قامت بها الانرن اللبنانية. وفي الأردن عملوا منصات، وطبعا الأردنيين شاطرين جدا في إنشاء في السوفت وير، وعملوا منصات قائمة بذاتها حقتهم، نور سبيس وغيره، وعشان يوفروا مادة تعليمية ومقاطع فيديو. أفتكر دي كلها شغل بتاع ريبوزيتوريز، خدتوا فيها كل الريسورسز بتاعتهم. في السعودية الشبكة السعودية للبحث والابتكار اسمها معين، زادت ساعات الإنترنت في الجامعة ب50% بدون تكلفة إضافية، ووفرت وصول غير محدود لخدمة زون على الكلاود بتاعهم، ووصلت باندويث عالي جدا مع شركات الاتصالات. تجارب كثيرة في عمان، أمرنا برضو قد سمحت باستخدام مؤتمرات الفيديو، كانت ممنوعة على مستوى الدولة زي زوم وجوجل كلاس، وشغلت خدمة اسمها مرسال، وسمحت، يلا دي حتة مهمة، سمحت بأكسس فري لأي دومين .edu.om، يعني educational جوا عمان. إذا أنا بالموبايل بتاعي قاعدة في الريف، بدخل على ال learning management system، على منصة التعلم فري. فدي الحاجة اللي احنا عايزين نعملها. أنا ما عايز أقول الطالب ما قادر يدفع رسوم الإنترنت لأنه ما قدر يشتغل التعليم الإلكتروني لأن رسوم الإنترنت غالية. في الإمارات في شغل كتير، عنكبوت اسم الشركة بتاعتهم الشبكة، يعني عملوا منصات الفصول الدراسية. زمن مشى فأنا حمشي للتوصيات. احنا بتمنى إننا نسجل سودرن كشبكة قومية نون جوفرمنتال، نرجعها زي ما كانت، وتلقى دعم حكومي عشان تقوم، ونستقطب دعم خارجي عشان نطور البنية التحتية بتاعتها، ونحيي البيزنس بلان بتاعتها، عشان البيزنس بلان بتاعتها بتخلينا نغطي اوبريشن كوست ونحافظ على المهندسين المهرة. ننشئ وحدة تعليم إلكتروني في سدرن، لكن تكون في إدارات للتعليم الإلكتروني في الجامعات، وننسق بيننا وبين سدرن. أنا انتهيت كده وبقول إنه إحنا عايزين in conclusion عايزين collaboration على كلاود اسمها سدرن. أتمنى إنها تحيا يعني وتعود سيرتها الأولى، ويرجع بلدنا بجماله وفي سلام وفي خير. شكرا لكم، شكرا جزيلا. With your references.
Thank you for keeping track of time. This is really wonderful. I really hope we can get Sudrin back. See what a wonderful shabaka that is. We really just need to have it back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Raja, did you want to take a few questions? I see that there are just a couple of minutes and a couple of hands up. I think Professor Suad, her hand's been up for a while. I don't know if...
Professor Suad, would you go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question?
Sure. Thank you very much indeed. Professor Suad Yasir al-Sheikh in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, Arizona State University. So thank you very much indeed, ASAPA, for this wonderful conference. All of the presentations are just very impressive. I have, just for the sake of time, Dr. Seori, I would like to ask a few questions about the, thank you very much for this great efforts, from all of you in this last session as well. You talked about some obstacles facing distant learning and متطلبات التعليم من على البعد, or the requirements of distant learning, and you included internet connections and electricity and and so on. So you mentioned the needs and the in the budget that you shared with us, thankfully, including generators, including different things, and everybody saw that, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I'd like to ask, have you approached Professor Fadwa Ali Taha, Abdurrahman Ali Taha, the university president, so that she can, connect the Minister of Higher Education to provide solution? This seem to be not very, difficult.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, Professor Saad, your voice is far. We can't hear you well.
Can you hear me now, Susan?
Very, very distant.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I don't know why, but anyway, my question, if you can convey that, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just asking if they, if they have tried to approach Dr. Fadwa Abdurrahman Ali Taha so that she can connect with the Professor Insar Saghirou in the Ministry of Higher Education to resolve some of these problems, and that seemed to be very important to resolve. I wanted also to know that I was very impressed to know that the number of female students, especially in the College of Engineering, is far more than male students. I'm not sure why is that, but it's really impressive. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
Thank you. Does anyone want to take that question from the panel?
طيب إذا كان سمعت بداية الquestion, yes, he asked if we have an approach with Professor فدوى بخصوص البادجت والعناية generators, equipment, etc.
أيوة.
Yes, we have this approach, and as we know, after the COVID-19, right now we have another COVID. This is economical problem in Sudan. All the prices are, and really I started to have an offer for a generator. The prices are very high, but we can because the faculty has its own resource, and I think we are going to raise a call for our alumni abroad to help us for this issue. Other devices we have bought here inside. Even the prices now, after the new price of dollar, the prices are very, 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 very high. And we will try to prepare ourselves for the next academic year, inshallah.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much indeed. And if there is anything that we could do to help, please let us know. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to make a plug just for everyone to register, please, with the registration link that was in the chat so that we can connect you all. I see there's one more hand and we're 1 minute over time, but if it's a quick question, we'll take it. I think Professor Khalil, his hand is up.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you very much for this encouraging session, and I see, the effort by Dr. Bakri, Dr. Ali Suri, and Iman is very, very encouraging. And I'm just like to make a general comment. In order to support that, because I see like many school, they are asking their graduate for support. It needs to be targeted, and the presentation by Dr. Suri is very important. So people, they can see like, okay, we are after teaching excellence, and with that, then we need to think about the teaching quality, the pedagogy, instructional design, the assessment, and we need to think about the learning environment, the facility, the resources, the culture. And so with that, then we need to think about, okay, the outcome, of the student, if it is like knowledge, skills, or attitude. But the thing that is very intriguing to me to ask about is the faculty resistance. So to me, the faculty, in order to be engaged in teaching, and especially in online teaching, they need to have some kind of core competency. And part of that core competency, they need to be willing to learn for improving their teaching effectiveness. And the question that I have, is there any plan that for continuous faculty development for all the faculty at your school?
Yes, of course, we have a plan. We have a plan for to assist those professors that they have unwillingness to join the e-learning. Maybe they have the habit that they are teaching since 1950 or something like this, with direct teaching. A very difficult time for them to make this change, to be in front of a computer and to talk. I remember when I have been a deputy dean, at that time I have changed from blackboard and tabashira to whiteboard with a marker. At that time they they resist also, and now we ask them to go out, not to be in front of a whiteboard. So this is a problem. We have they are not as you can imagine. Maybe there are five or six professors like this, but the majority, also especially the young PhD holder, maybe I have 3 courses, 2 courses in MECC and 1 course is the final year. All the 3 courses are online. I teach with Moodle and I use Zoom. So we have a plan, and we also already we have engaged 5 ICT technicians and we dedicate each ICT technician for some departments and to be to help and to enhance العملية بتاعت e-learning إن شاء الله.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Raja, I think you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say, I'm sure you're all with me in thanking very much our speakers today. I just wanted to acknowledge that Dean Akram Al-Khalifa, who is the Dean of the Architecture, the Faculty of Architecture, was supposed to speak a little bit here. And then Dr. Abdelmunaim Sahal Al-Mardi has just contributed tremendously here, but he is not with us today. And then Dr. Muhammad Al-Hindi as well has contributed a lot to the effort and is not here. Akram, we are really late. Can you add your comment to the chat? Because we are out of time, but we really appreciate you a lot.
Okay, thank you very much. I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Akram, and everyone who's presented thus far. It's been a really lively discussion. We'll move it to chat, and at the very end, after the last panel that I'm about to introduce, if people want to hang around and continue talking, that should be fine as well. So we're going to switch gears. We're going to go from education to healthcare. So welcome to the health panel, and thanks for hanging in there. I know it's been a few hours of wonderful exchange and a lot of inspiration. So I have no doubt in the next hour, we're going to have some more food for thought. So it's no surprise that COVID-19 still remains on the agenda for today's health panel. As many of you know, especially those of you who attended last year's panel, at that time we were talking about testing and isolation and management. And now 1 year later, we're still talking about COVID-19, I think. But more, I think, we move forward, we're talking on a preventive level, talking about vaccines, essentially. So we're particularly privileged today to have Dr. Dalia Tayyib, who is the Director General of Primary Health Care Center, of Primary Health Care for Sudan, and the Chairperson of the National COVAX Technical Committee. She's a medical director, and she's also a medical physician, doctor, and she's also a public health expert. And so she's earned her degree from the University of Medical Sciences and Technology, and also an MPH from the University of Cape Town. So very much looking forward to her talk. Our second speaker, who needs absolutely no introduction, is Dr. Nada Fadl. And she's going to be talking to us about a very inspiring initiative and where she served as an integral member of the team. Dr. Nada is the assistant dean for diversity, equity, inclusion, and an associate professor of infectious disease at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. She's also our resident Kandaka, and as many of you know, she served in many, many different initiatives related to health services for Sudan, and has been very key in moving coalition efforts across multiple organizations, including ASAPA, SAMA, SAPA, SAPA AA, so many, many different organizations. So we're very happy to have Nada as well here talking about a wonderful project. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it to Dr. Dalia.
شكرا كثير دكتورة سوسن، والسلام عليكم جميعا. أنا سعيدة جدا أكون معكم الليلة أتكلم عن COVID-19 vaccination program في السودان، وسعيدة إنه في تواصل جميل بيننا وبين الدياسبرا وأنا يعني يمكن برضو حنتناول جزء من مساعدة الدياسبرا لنا إحنا كناس في السودان في الكوفيد 19 عموما، وفي الكوفيد 19 vaccination program في السودان. صوتي واضح يا دكتورة سوسن؟
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. أنا هتكلم عن البروجرام بدأ كيف واشتغلنا عليه وكيف. هتكلم I will talk about the national deployment and vaccination plan, the vaccination strategy, identification of target population, and the current situation and challenges and the way forward. يمكن السودان واحد من الكونتريز البدري joined the COVAX facility. يمكن الCOVAX facility هي it's a financing mechanism to accelerate and reserve COVID-19 vaccines to ensure that low income and lower middle income economies هم زيهم وزي الدول الغنية فيهم الفاكسين. وافتكر دي من الناحية بتاعت إنه no one is safe until everyone is safe. ويمكن كل الناس قادرة تشوف حاليا قدر شنو إنه فاكسينيشن بشكل موسع شديد في الدول الغنية، لكن يستد الدول اللو and lower middle income countries فيها صعوبات كثيرة وفيها شح في السبلاي بتاع الفاكسينز. الكوفاكس فاسيلتي هي رسميا خاطبت في أغسطس 2020 الوزارة، وبعديها طوالي الوزارة دخلنا في اجتماعات كثيرة في اورينتيشن للهاي ليفل كوميتيز وللاكسبرت ان ذا فيلد، وعندنا برضو NITAG اللي هي National Immunization Technical Working Groups. عمل لهم كان اورينتيشن من الكوفاكس، اتكلمنا عن بريريكويزيت كثيرة جدا عشان الكنتري تجوين كوفاكس. بعديها يمكن نكست ندى يمكن الكوفاكس هي ذاتها عندها very ambitious goal ب end of 2021 عايزة يكون في 2 billion doses توزعت للعالم عشان يقدر يكون في retain أو restart the economy and mitigate the impact of the pandemic. Also to make the vaccine affordable وبرضو في disruption كان في الهيلث سيرفيس في الدول كثيرة جدا من ضمنها السودان especially في الفيرست والسكند ويف، كان كمية من المؤسسات الصحية طلعت من الخدمة، وبالتالي عشان protect the health care workers والvulnerable population كان إنه في at least في المرحلة الأولى لازم تكبر كل الهيلث care workers في كل الدول، وبرضه most affected people بالبانديميك اللي هم الادلت ايج above 45 with comorbidities. يمكن في السيج اللي هي Strategic Advisory Group of Expert on Immunization، هي دي الانتيتي voluntary entity فيها 15 expert من كل العالم، هم اللي بيشيلوا الريكومنديشنز من الساينتفك ايفيدنسز وبيبنوا على الليجاسي بتاع الاميونايزيشن في العالم كل البروجرامز، وبيدوا الدول الجايدنس بيز على البرنسبلز دي في السكرينز، بلس كان في انترم جايدنس كثيره كيف الناس تقدر تجهز الدول على انه يستقبلوا الكوفيد 19 فاكسينز، وبرضه كيف تبني الناشونال ديبلويمنت والفاكسينيشن بلان. يمكن بعد الاورينتيشن للNITAG في السودان احنا رفعنا الريدينس بتاعتنا للكوفيد 19 vaccination in terms of capabilities في الدولة. الناشونال ريجولاتوري اوثوريتي اللي هي المجلس بتاع الصيدلة والسموم انه كيف يقدر ياخذ الديسيجنز بتاعت انه يدي تسجيل للقاحات. برضو كان في assessment للcold chain capacity والسايزنج تول بتاعها ان هي بتستقبل قدر كم من الفاكسينز اللي بتجي والابزوربشن بتاعنا ذاته ريت للفاكسينز دي حيكون كيف. الحاجه الكويسه السودان كان عنده تجربه كويسه جدا جدا في اللقاح بتاع الحمى الصفراء، وده كان بالنسبه لنا يعني استندنا عليه كثير، بالذات هم ذاتهم لما جاي يقيمونا وكيف إنه السودان ياخذ من أول الدول ياخذ الفاكسين، كان بنوا على تجربة السودان في اليلو فيفر فاكسينيشن اللي هو كان كل الولايات في السودان تم تطعيم قرابة 38 مليون شخص بلقاح الحمى الصفراء، فده كان جدير بإنه يوري إنه السيستم is ready to يستقبل الكوفيد 19 فاكسين. يمكن اتقدمت اللي هو كان الفورمات الأولية اللي هي بتوري الريدينس بتاعت الكنتري، بتوري الفيراك تول اللي هي بتوري الفاكسين ريدينس فيه محاور كثيرة، وبتوري الفاكسين بريفرنسز. بالنسبة لنا كان مثلا فايزر أم موديرنا يعني فيه صعوبة جدا جدا في الريدينس بتاعت الدولة ليهم، بالمقابل الفاكسينز اللي هي في الدرجة بتاعت الحرارة من 2 ل 8 درجة مئوية كانت كل الكول تشين في السودان هي مهيئة جدا لأنها تستقبل اللقاح في الدرجة دي. يمكن بعد ذاك أخذنا السودان ناشونال ديبلويمنت فاكسينيشن بلان، زي ما قلت إحنا بنيناها على trusted يعني delivery mechanisms already in place، منها البرنامج بتاع التحسين في حد ذاته. البرنامج من 1976 برنامج قديم ومعروف وموثوق من البوبيليشن، وفيه يعني زخم كبير يعني في الهيلث كير وركرز الشغالين في برنامج التحصين عندهم ديديكيشن عالي جدا جدا لانه يقدموا الخدمه دي في اصعب الظروف. يمكن الناشونال ريجوليتوري اوثوريتي بتاعتنا في السودان اللي هي مجلس الصيدله والسموم نيفر ايفر ما دخل لقاح بطريقه ما كانت موثوقه. الكول تشين انفراستراكشر في السودان قويه جدا جدا. اخر تقييم اتعمل لها من منظمه الصحه العالميه في 2020 شهر فبراير 2020، وكانت من أحسن الكول تشينز في الإقليم الشرق المتوسط. في يعني ماس فاكسينيشن كامبينز كثيرة زي ما قلت برضو الحمى الصفراء كمثال مثلا كان من الكامبينز الناجحة جدا جدا، بالإضافة لأنه الدولة مثلا في الشلل في البوليو أخذت السيرتيفيكات من 2009 من 2015، ومن 2009 ما كان في اوت بريك لبوليو ما عدا اللي هو اللي بيسموه فاكسين درايف اوت بريك، لكن الشلل البري الفيروس الاصلي من 2009 ما دخل السودان. فدي كلها ترستد كابابيليتيز معروفه، ودي ادت البروبوزل اللي احنا رفعناه لكوفاكس قوه في انه كانت اول دوله استقبلت كوفيد 19 فاكسين من الكوفاكس في اقليم الشرق المتوسط، وثاني دوله في افريقيا. في يوم 3 مارس 2021 استلمنا اول شحنه من لقاح الكوفيد 19. كان يمكن دي بس ملامح من الخطه بتاعتنا، كان انه احنا في الاول حنركز على انه الانيشال فوكس بتاعنا to reduce الموربيديتي والمورتاليتي among الكوميونتي بتاعنا، وزي ما عارفين انه احنا في community transmission phase، وبالتالي محتاجين to maintain critical essential services. وده بتحقق لنا بتدعيم 3% من البوبيليشن اللي هم الهيلث كير وركرز. احنا estimated الهيلث كير وركر في السودان انهم يكونوا 500,000 نسمة، بالإضافة للبيبلز اللي هم الفولنربلز بيحصل فيهم وفيات، بيحصل فيهم مراض شديدة وبيحتاجوا يدخلوا الاي سي يوز وبيحتاجوا للفنتليترز. هم ديل الالدرلي with comorbidities. معظم الوفيات اللي حصلت من الكوفيد 19 في السودان كانت في الأعمار الأكثر من 45 سنة، وبالذات للمرض للدايابيتس يعني. بعد ذاك المرحلة الثانية أو بعد ما خلص التدعيم بتاع 3% حندخل على 17%، وهنا بيجي التدعيم بتاع الاسينشال وركرز اللي هم موصلي فيهم التيتشرز، فيهم البانكرز، فيهم الشغالين في المواصلات، شغالين في الطاقة، شغالين في البوليس أو الشرطة وهكذا يعني. يمكن دي الكومبوننتس بتاعت الناشونال ديبلويمنت اند فاكسينيشن بلان، احنا كتبنا فيها كل الحاجات بالتالي المقترح بتاع الكوفيد 19 فاكسينز، والحمد لله هي كان حصل لها ابروفل في شهر 2. حتى كانت with minor amendments، ما كان في تعليقات كبيرة عليها، وكانت مغطية كل الجوانب اللي هم كانوا حريصين إنه يعرفوا الريدينس والكابابيليتي تحت الدولة في إنها تقدر تطعم بكوفيد 19 فاكسين. next. طيب بالنسبة للسلكشن اوف التارجت جروب، يمكن زي ما قلت في الأول إحنا مستهدفين الهيلث كير وركرز بلس above 45 with comorbidity، وهنا استندنا على الداتا تحت الكوفيد 19 in general اللي هي المورتاليتي داتا زي ما قلت كانت في الأعمار 45 سنة فما فوق. في ولايات بعينها geographical variation اللي هي خرطوم والجزيرة والبحر الأحمر والنهر النيل والقضارف، هم دول الأعلى ولايات فيهم epidemic. الهاي اتاك ريت طبعا among الهيلث كير وركرز والفرونت لاين وركرز كان واضح جدا جدا. في نقطة مهمة جدا كانت برضو بتدينا، ودي أنا هشرحها لقدام، اللي هي السبلاي اوف الفاكسين، لأنه ما حيجينا كله مع بعض، بيجينا في سمول شيبمنت، لأنه الفاكسين برودكشن أصلا أو السبلاي في العالم فيه شورتج، وبالتالي حيجينا سمول شيبمنت. يعني أول شيبمنت جاتنا كانت 828,000 جرعة. Next. دي هنا برضو الاستراتيفيكيشن يعني وزين الفاكتورز دي احنا برضو خطينا استراتيفيكيشن. يعني مثلا بدينا بالهيلث كير وركرز اللي هم في مراكز العزل في اقسام الطوارئ، وفي بعد ذاك توسعنا على المستشفيات والمراكز الصحيه. زي ما قلت برضو اللوكيشن ذاته او الجيوغرافيكال فاريشن. مثلا بدينا في الولايات الخرطوم والجزيره ونهر النيل والبحر الاحمر. من الاول بدينا بكل البوبيليشن اللي هم ال 45 سنه فما فوق. في ولايات انتل وقت قريب جدا حتى دخلناها لانه الابيديميك فيها ما كان مقلق شديد يعني. next. أنا أكرر الكلام هنا. اتكلمت عن الثري فيزز اللي هي زي ما قلت. الفيز الأولى إحنا بنتارجت فيها الهيلث كير وركرز والأبوف 45 with comorbidities. والفيز 2 اللي هي 17% من البوبوليشن اللي هم الكي وركرز أو الاسينشال وركرز التيتشر. سبيشالي إنه الديستانس ليرنينج صعب جدا جدا في او ممكن نقول impossible في مناطق كثيره، وبالتالي عايزين نحمي الeducation system بشكل عام. next. المرحله الاخيره احنا التارجت فيها الناس اللي اصلا ما قدرنا نطعمهم في المرحلتين الاوائل، وبرضو الاعمار من 18 ل 45 سنه. معلش هنا في غلط كمان 16 18 ل 45 سنه. الفاكسينيشن استراتيجيز بتاعتنا احنا التطعيم عبر مراكز ثابته وفي مراكز مؤقته، لكن بشكل عام بنقول انه في سيتنج لازم يكون موجود في اي حته نبدا فيها فاكسينيشن اللي هو التيم بتاع التطعيم. نكست يا ندى. معلش يمكن ده بس اختصار للكلام اللي انا قلته. احنا طبعا شغالين باللقاح استرازينيكا سيرم انستيتيوت اوف انديا. ده اللقاح اللي وصلنا في اول شيبمنت. نكست. طيب ممكن نمشي يا ندى انا عشان عندي سلايدز اهم والوقت ضيق. طيب بشكل عام الريجستريشن للكوفيد 19 فاكسين احنا كنا طموحين جدا وبدينا بالكترونيك سيستم، لكن للاسف في حاجات كثيره في النص عرقلتنا، وبالتالي اخذنا الديسيجن بتاع الهيبريد سيستم يكون في بيبر بيست، وفي مرحله ما يحصل داتا انتري للالكترونيك سيستم. بشكل عام مهما كان او بيبر بيز او الكترونيك سيستم في حاجات اساسيه لازم تكون في التسجيل موجوده اللي هو الناشونال نمبر، وده اعتمدناه از انه يونيك ايدنتيفاير للاشخاص المطعمين يعني. بالنسبه للهيلث كير وركرز التسجيل بتاعهم كان في الاول في كل في المناطق اللي هم شغالين فيها، لكن بعد ذاك اتفتح ابلكيشن واسمه عوافي، وهو كان الناس بتعمل به ريجستريشن. لكن بعد ما بدينا في التطعيم حسينا بانه الوتيره بتاعت الريجستريشن، انا بس ما عارفه هو الشعب السوداني شويه في كسل يعني ما بيحبوا هم يعملوا الريجستريشن، ف اتنازلنا عن حته الريجستريشن وبقى التدعيم في البيبر بيس، وبعد ذاك في داتا كليركس هم اللي بيدخلوا الداتا في النظام الالكتروني. نيكست. طبعا في مشاكل كثيره جدا في الفئه دي 45 سنه فما فوق ديل. ما في ريكوردز ميديكال ريكوردز ولا ريكوردز اصلا لهم في الكنتري. حاولنا نعمل ترانجوليشن للداتا مثلا من الهيلث انشورنس، في داتا يعني معقوله. سيفل ريجستريشن الداتا فيه يعني هم ذاتهم زي ماسكينج الداتا، ما بسهوله الداتا تكون موجوده. السلف ريجستريشن زي ما قلت برضو ما كان قوي شديد، يعني احنا فتحنا الابلكيشن ده بدري شديد لكن ما كان في تسجيل كبير بالحاجه اللي احنا كنا متوقعينها يعني. نيكست. يمكن ده الموقع بتاع وزاره الصحه فيه التسجيل الالكتروني، وفي التطبيق بتاع عوافي. التراكنج سيستم موديول ذاتها يعني في الالكترونيك سيستم اللي اتعمل ده فيه كم موديولز. الموديولز دي بنقدر نتابع بها الفاكسين، الكول تشين، حتى فيها جزء بتاع awareness و communication مع الجمهور يعني. next. طيب الفاكسينيشن بروسيس في حد ذاته كان زي ما قلت انه احنا كانت بالنسبه لنا اهم حاجه انه التطعيم عشان ده لقاح نوبل، لقاح جديد ولسه الناس بتدرس فيه وبتقرا عنه، ما كان ممكن يتاح في اي منطقه او في اي سيتنج زي ما بنعمل مثلا في الحملات بتاعتنا القوميه، حمله الحمى الصفراء وحملات الشلل، بنمشي من بيت لبيت. في حملات الانجكتبل كامبينز بنمشي حتى ايفن في المساجد في الاسواق وكده. لكن بالنسبه لكوفيد 19 لانه يعني عنده يعني هو فاكسين جديد لسه الناس ما بتعرف عنه الكثير، في تخوف منه، في هيزيتنسي، فكنا في الأول مصرين تماما إن الفاكسينيشن يكون في health institutions سواء كانت مراكز صحية أو المستشفيات، بالذات للهيلث كير وركرز لازم يكون في أماكن عملهم يعني. لكن بعد ذاك طلعنا حبة من الهيلث انستتيوشنز، بقى انه حتى ممكن في حته ما هيلث انستتيوشن لكن لازم تتوفر في حاجات اساسيه، انه السيتنج بتاع الفاكسينيشن البروسيس لازم يكون في بري فاكسينيشن اريا اللي بيحصل فيها الريجستريشن، اللي بيحصل فيها الكونسلنج، بعد ذاك الفاكسينيشن اريا، بعد ذاك افتر فاكسينيشن، ودي اللي بيكون فيها الادفيرس ايفنت فولوينج immunization فوكال بوينت، دي بيكون في فترة بتاعت انتظار 15 دقيقة للأنافلاكتيك شوك تحديدا يعني، وفي الترولي بتاع الإمرجنسي كيتس موجود، الأدرينالين و كل الحاجات الناس ممكن تستخدمها في الأنافلاكتيك شوك يعني. next. ممكن نمشي يا ندى. دي الكوفيد طبعا فاكسين الكوفيد 19 سيتويشن. طيب هنا دي الريبورتد كفرج، معلش يا ندى، ايوه ده الريبورتد كفرج لحد 16 جون يوم الخميس الفات. ده العدد الهيلث كير وركرز المطعمين في السودان، يمكن 138,818 هيلث كير وركرز اتطعموا في الفترة بتاعت من 9 مارس لحد 16 جون. البلك بتاعهم في الخرطوم، ويمكن لو لاحظنا انه مثلا الخرطوم الكيرف بيقول انها 170%، لكن ال 170% دي بس لانه لما بدينا الريجستريشن للهيلث كير وركرز جملة السجل في ولاية الخرطوم انهم willing to take الكوفيد 19 vaccine كانوا it's only 45,000 نسمة. بعد ما كان في هيزيتنسي عالية جدا، لكن بعد ما بدأ التطعيم ويمكن التشجيع بتاع الأقران أو البير إنفلونس، وصل الفاكسين لحد 76,345 في ولاية الخرطوم. في ولايات بنلقى إنه التغطية بتاعتها عملت 87% زي غربي دارفور، لكن غربي دارفور دي لو عينا للهيلث كير وركرز اللي هم 2,610 هم ممكن يكونوا ده قريبين جدا للتوتال هيلث كير وركرز في ولاية غربي دارفور. عارفين طبعا إن الولايات البعيدة دي فيها شح كتير، نقص حاد في الكوادر الصحية فيها يعني. next.
الدكتورة داليا just هنا reminder on the time.
اوكي تمام، بس نمشي سريع في السلايدز دي. طيب دي الجرعة الأولى للأعمار 45 سنة فما فوق، هم 353,936 في السودان، البرقي برضو في ولاية الخرطوم. التارجت الموجود في الكيرف دي أخذنا عندنا الستيب وايز سيرفي للأمراض الغير سارية، أخذنا الدايابيتس كبروكسي انديكيتور، حسبناه من البوبوليشن 45 سنة فما فوق، وجاتنا التارجت لكل ولاية كم. في ولايات مثلا الخرطوم وصلت 46%، لكن في ولايات بعيدين جدا جدا من التارجت بتاعهم، وده يعتمد على عوامل كثيرة جدا، الهيزيتنسي للفاكسين وقدر شنو ذات الولاية قادرة إنها ترول أوت الفاكسين دي بصورة عالية يعني. next. يمكن ده الفيرست دوز، مجموعة الهيلث كير وركرز بلس ال 45 سنة فما فوق، وهم 492,754. طيب دي الجرعة الثانية السكند دوز، طبعا في ولايات أكملت الفاصل الزمني بين الجرعتين اللي هي 8 أسابيع أسترازينيكا، فخرطوم الجزيرة البحر الأحمر نهر النيل شمال دارفور هم ده الولايات الخمسة الفاصل الزمني بتاعهم دخل في الجرعة الثانية. خرطوم والجزيرة دخلوا بدري، شمال دارفور دخلت يوم الخميس ذاته، عشان كده 15 شخص بس أخذوا الجرعة الثانية في شمال دارفور. عموما الجملة بتاعت السكند دوز هي 27. دي مجموعة الفيرست والسكند دوز. حاليا التوتال فاكسينيتد في السودان هم 588,767. دي الجرعة أولى وجرعة ثانية مواطنين وهيلث كير وركرز. طيب يمكن دي بس الادفيرس ايفنت فولو immunization او الفاكسين سيفتي، لانه دي واحده من البيلرز المهمه جدا جدا، بتورينا انه قدر شنو احنا ممكن نشوف السيجنالز والكلاسترز اللي لها علاقة بالفاكسين سيفتي. حد 16 جون لحد يوم الخميس زي ما قلت اللي طعموا 588,767. أمنج ال 588,000 ده في 394 حالة بتاعت أثر جانبي. المعدل بتاع الحالات دي للمطعمين 66 بير 100,000. برضو بنتكلم عن السيرفيلنس. هو طبعا ده النظام بتاع تغطي الآثار الجانبية، والنظام ده من 2005 موجود في برنامج التحصين، لكن لكوفيد 19 عملنا له بوستنج يعني حتى اللجنة تحت التصنيف أو الكوزالتي كوميتي فيها تخصصات ما كانت موجودة زمان، كلها موجودة حاليا في اللجنة عشان تقدر تحدد هل الأثر الجانبي ده coincidental ولا vaccine related. والنظام ده بيبدأ من المركز الصحي اللي بيتلقى فيه الشخص التطعيم في فوكال بوينت الآثار الجانبية، في المحلية في فوكال بوينت، في الولاية في السنتر اليونت عندنا في الاتحادية في فوكال بوينت. بيحصل ريبورتنج في 24 ساعة، بيطلع النوتيفيكيشن فورم، وبعد ذاك في فيدباك بترجع. النظام حاليا قايم على السيستم دي، بالإضافة لأنه في هوت لاينز اللي هي 90 الناشونال كورونا كول سنتر، بالإضافة ل 45 دي الدرج رياكشن هوت لاين. ديل الرقمين اللي ممكن أي شخص يحصل له أثر جانبي يتصل عليه مبلغ عن إنه جاءه أثر جانبي ونوعه شنو. حد يوم 30/5 كانت الحالات المبلغة 45 فقط، لكن أخذنا ديسيجن إنه ما نكون معتمدين على الباسيف سيرفيلنس، وإنما نمشي لأكتف سيرفيلنس. وبدأ الأكتف سيرفيلنس بعديها طوالي في شهر 6. معظم المحليات بدأت أكتف سيرفيلنس، وفجأة حصل بوستنج أو شوتنج كده للحالات ل 394، 5 أضعاف الحالات اللي كانت موجودة. 394 حالة، لأنه حصل الأكتيف سيرفيلنس بيقوم على إنه بيحصل أورينتيشن للكوادر المعالجة داخل المؤسسة الصحية عن الآثار الجانبية، إنه أي شخص يجي بحالة بسيمتومز ناس تسأل من الفاكسينيشن هيستوري وتسجل الحاجة دي. فعشان كده فجأة ظهرت حالات كثيرة ما كانت ظاهرة. في ولايتين ستيل صفريات فيهم تضعيم، لكن الريبورتنج زيرو اللي هي شرق دارفور وشمال دارفور، وديلا يتوجه لهم تيم الأسبوع اللي فات عشان يمشي يعمل يشوف المشكلة وين هي، ليه التبليغ صفري يعني. next. طيب دي الحالات معظمها fever, fatigue, headache, vomiting، لكن كان في حالات خطيرة، يمكن 6 حالات خطيرة. طبعا احنا بنقول كل الحالات دي الموجودة حسب في السلايد دي والسلايد الجاية كلها حالات بسيطة، ما عدا إذا كانت الحالات فيها inpatient hospitalization أو disability أو death. فالثلاثة حالات دي معناها بيكون هنا الأثر الجانبي خطير ما بسيط. في 3 ثرومبوزيس وفي 3 deaths. ال6 حالات للأسف ال6 حالات هم كان جاتهم COVID-19 immediately after الفاكسينيشن، وعشان كده ما اللجنة بتاع تصنيف الحالات الآثار الجانبية طلعت بأنه هي دي due to COVID infection ما due to vaccination دي thrombosis. next. 98% من الحالات هي mild reaction و 2% is a serious reaction. أنا يمكن دي آخر السلايد لي ولا قبل الأخيرة دي زي ما قلت دي الأكتيفيتيز to strengthen الأدفيرس event. الهوت لاين سنتر كول سنترز هي موجودة 24 ساعة للتبليغ عن الآثار الجانبية. الأكتيف سيرفيلنس بدأ في المحليات في 3 سيرفيلنس أوفيسرز في كل محلية في السودان. برضو من الحاجات اللي حاولنا نكون جاهزين للناس اللي بيجون ثرومبوزيس، مع إنه برنامج التحصين ما يعني هو بطعم بس، لكن كل الخطوات الثانية اللي بتحصل المفروض تكون regularly قاعدة في السيستم. لكن طبعا بالنسبة للشح بتاع الدواء، بالنسبة للمشاكل الموجودة في البلد، حاولنا برضو نكون نحن بنساعد المواطن من أكثر من كده ونوفر الأدوية اللي هو ممكن يحتاج. عملنا استيميشن ل 50 كيس بتاع ثرومبوزيس ممكن يحصل during الفاكسينيشن بروجرام بتاعنا، ووفرنا الأدوية دي في الإمدادات الطبية، ووفرنا 2 ICU beds في مستشفى الخرطوم إذا أي تبليغ عن أثر serious serious reaction طوال نوجهه إنه يمشي مستشفى الخرطوم. next.
داليا معلش I know you're very close to the end، لكن أنا عايز أدي فرصة الناس كتار حيكون عندهم أسئلة طبعا بالنسبة لي.
ده الآخر 2 سلايدز همشي فيهم سريع جدا. دي التشالنجز اللي احنا مقابلانا. التخطيط للأرايفل بتاع الفاكسين في سمول ترانشز صعب جدا جدا وكوستي شديد. عشان نصل للهيرد اميونيتي لسه ما عندنا رؤية واضحة نصلها بشكل، لأنه الكوفاكس فقط بغطي 20% من السكان. طبعا زي ما قلت الريجستريشن صراحة كانت واحدة من المشاكل المعوقات الكبيرة جدا. عندنا فاينانشال جاب لأنه economic situation اللي احنا فيه، الكوفاكس ملتزم فقط بالجرعات بتاعت اللقاح، لكن ما في أي operational cost مع اللقاح. الكباسيتي للأذر تايب بتاعت الكوفيد 19 فاكسين زي فايزر وموديرنا للأسف ما متوفرة في الكنتري. demand creation وكوميونتي اكسبكتيشن صراحة دي واحدة من المشاكل الكبيرة جدا جدا واجهناها بشكل يعني في انتي فاكسين كامبين قوي جدا جدا في السوشيال ميديا ضد اللقاح كوفيد 19. ما عندنا الماشينري اللي بيقدر يواجه الانتي فاكسين كامبين بالمقابل يعني. الحاجة اللي احنا شغالين عليها الآن إنه to continue الأكسلريشن بلان حقتنا، لأنه ممكن البلك بتاع الفاكسينيشن دي حصل بعد يوم 23/5 لما بدينا الخطة التسريعية بتاعتنا. عايزين نقوي الكوميونيكيشن كامبين. عملنا مجهودات كويسة مع وزارة الثقافة والإعلام في بس مشترك يومي عن الحملة بتاعتنا. بنجهز السكند كوفاكس شيبمنت لأنه تم اختارنا رسميا بأنه حتيجي في 20 في أغسطس، بداية أغسطس الجاي. بنجهز في المقترح بتاعنا للأفريكان يونيون فاكسينيشن بلاتفورم دي برضو بتوفر لقاحات للدول الأفريقية، وعدنا بكمية من اللقاحات لكن حيدفع بدلا عننا البنك الدولي. برضو عايزين نشتغل على نون كوفاكس سبلاي في دول ايزر دونيشن من سفارات من دول عبر سفاراتنا في الخارج ولا من منصات اخرى. انا شاكره جدا يا دكتوره سوسن وشاكره لكل الحضور، واتمنى ما كنت اطلت عليكم. شكرا جزيلا.
Sorry, I think I was on mute. كنت بقول لك شكرا يا دكتورة داليا for this really impressive, very comprehensive presentation. والله احنا كل ما تقولي حاجة يكون عندي سؤال وبعدين بتقولي طوالي بترديه لي in the next slide. So what I'm going to do just for the interest of time, هخلي الدكتورة ندى فضل she will present, and then at the end we'll keep our questions يا خدتوها في الchat. I'll make sure that دكتورة داليا gets them, or we'll leave it to the end إن شاء الله. شكرا. دكتورة ندى.
طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. معلش أنا شغال في المستشفى فعندي مشكلة في الكاميرا. I hope that you guys can hear me. لو ما سامعيني وروني بس.
Can hear you very well.
Okay, good. طيب أنا هتكلم لكم عن initiative إحنا عملناه under the coalition of Sudanese medical organizations against COVID-19. الcoalition اسمه الinitiative اسمه Community Medical Response Team أو فريق الاستجابة الطبية في الأحياء. وام hoping انه برضو الانيشيتيف ده will provide some answers لدكتورة داليا والتيم بتاع الفاكسينيشن and how to strengthen الكوميونتي كامبين بتاعه. في الاول عايزه اتكلم شويه كده عن الكواليشن للناس اللي ما كانوا متابعين معانا من الاول. الفيرست ويف بروجكتس همشي فيها سريع، بعدك هنركز على الكوميونتي ميديكال ريسبونس تيم and how ASAPA has been helping get that strengthened. طب الكواليشن كان اتكون في مارش 2020. في الأول كان Sudanese-American organizations. Actually الفكرة جات من ASAPA. One of the ASAPA meetings, Prof. Tahir and others suggested that we collaborate with other organizations in helping Sudan combat COVID-19. We reached out لعدد من organizations, UCANA, ASAPA, SAMA, etc. And many of them actually immediately adopted the idea and joined forces. بعد ذاك في عدد كثير جدا من المنظمات والجاليات wanted to join in. في الموجة الأولى كان جمعنا مبلغ ممتاز جدا $175,000 وعملنا به كمية من logistic supplies والsupport لوزارة الصحة. We communicated with them very closely وعرفنا النيدز بتاعتهم شنو, and we targeted the effort بتاعتنا to help supplies بتاعت وزارة الصحة. يعني كان most of the supplies needs كانت في حتة PPE, protective equipment للدكاترة اللي هي الجلوفات الماسكات etc. وبرضه كان في حوجة بتاعة testing kits كان اتكلمنا عنها السنة اللي فاتت وإنه how we were able to help with that. الحاجة الثانية إنه نسام عندهم very good relationships هنا مع organizations. They get donations of medical supplies. So they got a container worth of $400,000 of equipment. والكوليشن كان دفع الشيبينج كوست بتاعه، والكونتينر وصلت السودان كان immediately before wave 2 كان فيها supplies مهمة جدا جدا. واحدة من الحاجات اللي عملناها برضو إن to strengthen the infrastructure في المستشفيات. إحنا عندنا كان بروتوكول هنا في جامعة نبراسكا بتاع UV light decontamination للماسكات تحت ال N95 لأنه في شح في الماسكات، فكنا نعمل لها decontamination and we reuse it. البروتوكول ده كان أول بروتوكول في أمريكا يطبق في الجامعة بتاعتنا، فنقلناه immediately للسودان والengineers there they adopted it immediately and they were able to apply it. الغرفة شايفينها هنا on the top right دي في الجامعة بتاعتنا هنا، والغرفة هنا on top left دي في مستشفى الفاشر and they use the same type of equipment, the same capacity بتاعت ال UV light وعملوا بيها decontamination في المستشفيات. There were also oxygen networks that were installed في multiple hospitals. الحاجة الثانية اللي عملناها إنه لقينا في مشكلة طبعا في ال transfer of knowledge بتاعت COVID-19. We conducted multiple training sessions in May to July. Everything from just the simple information about COVID-19, how to wear a PPE لأي حاجة حتى managing pregnant women with COVID-19. كان في شغل ممتاز جدا في الميديا عن حتى في religious holidays في العيد etc. جبنا religious leaders to talk about the importance of the social distancing وكده. دكتورة نهى معانا هنا في البانel and she did an amazing job يعني getting all this stuff together. لما جت الموجة الثانية لقينا إنه الحاجات اختلفت شوية، يعني كان في infrastructure كويس في الموجة الأولى احتمال بتاع public health و contact tracing، والحاجة دي ما كانت موجودة يعني بصورة كبيرة في الموجة الثانية. كان في مشكلة بتاعت funding للisolation centers للcontact tracing staff. في عيانين كثيرين حايمين في الكوميونتي بالسيمتومز بتاعت COVID-19 لكن بيمشوا من دكتور لدكتور يفحصوا ملاريا يفحصوا تايفويد etc. وما في يعني متابعة عليهم في العزل المنزلي إنه المفروض يعملوا شنو etc. الحاجة الثانية بقيناها برضو إنه الكوفيد ستيغما بقت حاجة كده يعني متأصلة شديد في الناس، في denial وفي resistance حتى يعني في بعض المناطق. يعني في الأول كان الناس خايفة في الموجة الأولى، بعد ذاك الناس في الموجة الثانية بقت ما خايفة لدرجة إنه الواحد عارفين إنه يكون يتوفى من الكورونا وبيمشوا still بيت البكا ويعزوا زي كانوا ما حصل أي حاجة. وفي طبعا ال government trust بقى مشكلة كبيرة جدا، وفي politicization للكوفيد 19 and the idea that الحكومة بتستعمله tool to prevent people from going on the street and demonstrate. And this actually got magnified after June 30th demonstration لأنه كان في توقعات إنه حيكون في spike كبيرة جدا للكوفيد wave and that didn't happen. Anyway, we felt إنه the solution is really on the community, on the grassroots. يعني إحنا we have to start from the grassroots up لأنه if we try to come from top down, we're probably gonna fail يعني. We had the leverage إنه إحنا we're community based organizations. ما عندنا يعني connection directly للحكومة أو any political bodies. ففي trust كده يعني في التحالف كان at the time. Anywhere we went, there was very good welcoming atmosphere يعني. We had the idea of building what we call the community medical response team. الفكرة كانت جات من دكتورة ريم عمارة اللي هي في Emory University و myself, and we came up with idea عرضناها للتحالف, رحبوا بها جدا ودعمونا فيها. And the vision بتاعتنا إنه to use an interdisciplinary team approach to respond to COVID-19 but also establish a functional model for future outbreaks. لأن إحنا كل سنة عندنا malaria, عندنا cholera, one thing after the other unfortunately. وبعدين حتى non-communicable diseases يعني diabetes, hypertension, obesity, كل المشاكل الصحية اللي بتحصل في المجتمعات. If we have a strong community-based approach, we can actually help respond to those other things as well. الفكرة بتاعتنا إنه to leverage an existing human resource of health professional students and graduates. والحتة دي جات من إنه الجامعات كانت مقفلة, الميديكال سكولز كل الهيلث بروفيشنال سكولز مقفلة والناس قاعدة في البيوت وما عندها حاجة بتعمل فيها, وفي تخوف من إنك تمشي تشتغل في حاجة عندها علاقة بالكوفيد 19 because of the concern of exposure etc. برضو في ناس كثيرين اتخرجوا ولسه ما توزعوا قاعدين منتظرين توزيعهم و they have the knowledge and the capacity to help وعندهم الترست حتى بتاع الكوميونتي ليهم يعني. And we also wanted to adapt existing models. في models حتى في أمريكا اتطبقت using medical students to respond to COVID-19 and help patients or help manage patients at home with COVID-19. But we use those models and just adapted them. ونعمل حاجة دي based on evidence-based interventions, ما يعني يكون حاجة كده بس haphazard. So we brought the guidelines together WHO guidelines, the Ministry of Health guidelines, the CDC guidelines, and we came up with a protocol based on all of this. زي ما قلت لكم في medical schools هنا في أمريكا, Columbia University, UT San Antonio. We actually connected with them. We met with these teams من Columbia and San Antonio. They shared their protocol معانا, and they were very generous in leading us through what they have done and what there were challenges, etc. في السودان زي ما عارفين الميديكال ستودنتس بيعملوا ميشن تريبس في الجامعات, بيمشوا remote areas, they start clinics, فهم ذاتهم comfortable في الفكرة بتاعت إنه to do community work. في جامعات very strong في الحتة بتاعت community work دي, فوي had some good infrastructure for such a program. الخطوة الأولى اشتغلنا فيها كانت curriculum development. So we put together curriculum based on the guidelines اللي قلت لكم عليها. We found some faculty and partners to help us with this. We got the protocol reviewed by the Federal Ministry of Health. بعد ذلك جانا endorsement من ال Federal Ministry of Health. ده كان زمن الدكتور أسامة كان at interim Minister of Health, and this is a representative of our team who went and met with him. وكانوا خدوا endorsement في الفيسبوك page بتاعتهم. After that, we reached out to the state's Minister of Health. زي ما عارفين the healthcare system في السودان is decentralized. فالendorsement من the states is very important لأن execution كله happens at the state level. So we reach out to every state we're working at, and we met with the state Minister of Health عرضنا لهم program, and we got endorsement from them so that we don't get resistance once we get to the execution at the community level. الخطوة الثانية كانت الماركتينج. عرضنا الفكرة على عدد من الستودنتس والorganizations تحت الستودنتس, فرحبوا بالفكرة كويس جدا. قاموا قالوا لنا خلاص احنا عايزين نعرضها في الجروبات بتاعتنا وفي الروابط بتاعتنا. عندكم ماتيريال؟ قلنا لهم لا والله ما عندنا ماتيريال. ف they came together and actually helped us put together this brochure. في نسخة منه بالعربي وفي نسخة بالإنجليزي. عملوا منه فيديو. It explains the program, it explains الأهداف, eligibility criteria. حتى they concluded with very inspiration message إنه the fight against COVID-19 is a societal responsibility. Therefore, members of society should take it upon themselves to provide a healthy environment and reduce the spread of COVID-19. والحاجة دي برضو مترجمة بالعربي. And they started spreading that in their groups, in their networks, and we had really phenomenal, outstanding groups of students help us get this off the ground. الخطوة الثالثة كانت التريننج. We conducted very intensive online training. We used the stepwise protocol إنه ندرب الناس على خطوات معينة. إنك you go from this to this and this. الخطوة الأولى إنك تعرف السيفيريتي بتاعت الكيس. We have some tools to define a severity بتاعت الكيس. If the case is identified in a severe case, they need to go immediately to the hospital. As a volunteer, you need to know where the closest isolation center, etc. بعدك الناس ما severe we risk stratify them. هل هم high risk, هل هم elderly, عندهم مشاكل طبية. بعدك بنحدد إنه نتابعهم كيف ونتابعهم intensity يعني. دي الخطوة الأولى تحت التريننج, الانيشال training. حاسة عندنا continuous education going through using حاجة اسمها global COVID-19 echo. هنتكلم عنها بعد شوية. ده كان الفاسيليتيتر graduation بتاعنا في الأول. كان خرجنا دفعة فيها 20 فاسيليتيتر وحضروا معنا ناس من وزارة الصحة الاتحادية والولائية. They were very highly selected. اخترنا جروب 20 في الأول, حسي وصلنا 40. They have to be final, semi-final or graduates. وعندهم good communication, leadership skill, عندهم prior training skills. they have to commit to meeting with us every week. ويكون عندهم كل واحد يشتغل مع 5 teams at a time. وهم expectations بتاعتهم وضحنا لهم الأول إحنا عايزين منهم شنو. they had very clear knowledge of what expected from them. إنه to train الناس اللي هيعملوا implementation في الأحياء اللي هم مسمينهم implementers. To collect weekly reports, to conduct weekly meetings مع implementers participate معنا في weekly sessions. فده graduations اللي قلت لكم عليه. بعدك we moved into implementer training. الناس اللي بيشتغلوا في الأحياء نفسهم الطلبة اللي هيشتغلوا بنسميهم implementers. فكوهورت اللي بدينا بيه في الأول حسي دربنا تقريبا حوالي 200 implementer. دول بيشتغلوا في الأحياء بتاعتهم. they have to be neighborhood based عشان يكون في trust من ناس الأحياء وهم يكونوا عارفين الحلة بتاعتهم والمركز الصحي what they need to be doing والنادي وين والحاجات ورجال المقاومة وكل الحاجات that they need to be collaborating with. فالكرايتيريا إنه they have to be health professional students, they have access للفون والإنترنت dedicate 10 hours a week per team. وإن هم they will be conducting the activities actually at the neighborhood level, collect weekly information to share with us and follow the protocol. يعني دي واحدة من الكرايتيريا اللي بنطلبها منهم. ده كان بروشور للإمبلمنتر تريننج بتاع ناس الخرطوم. most of the trainings happen online في جوجل ميت، لكن برضه مرات بيحصل in person، يعني most of these teams have had an in-person meeting. التيم الأخير اللي عملناه حسي مؤخرا اسمه الاسكاليشن تيم، اللي هو ده تيم بتاع registrars ولا consultants، بنحول لهم الحالات الشوية كده معقدة ولا الفولنتير ما عارف يعمل فيها شنو، هل دي حالة محتاجة تمشي المستشفى ولا لا. ده التيم الأخير حسي فيه زي حكاية بتاعت 12 physician. الامبلمنتيشن حسي بدأت تقريبا في الخرطوم. all of the 3 cities عندنا فيها teams active، في الجزيرة، في مدني، في رفاعة، في المناقل، في الحصحيسة، في أربجي، ومصنوة محراز، multiple قرى في الجزيرة. وحسي آخر تيم بدأ معانا اللي هو التيم الشمالية في دونغولا. وعندنا تعاون ممتاز جدا مع جامعة دونغولا، هم تبنوا البروجرام و they selected the facilitators، بالنسبة لنا جابوا لنا 10 of their top students، وبعدك بدوا هم ذاتهم ينشروا بروجرام للستودنتس بتاعينهم. we already have 120 students sign up من الجامعة، وبدوا التدريب. دربوا 30 منهم، وحسي الأسبوع ده they're working on training others, and then after that they will do in-person training. برضو عندنا team active في كردفان، في تعاون كويس جدا مع جامعة كردفان في شمال كردفان التيم الحقيقة. و our next stop إن شاء الله gonna be في نيالا. في دي بس أديكم صور شوية من التيمز activities. ده التيم بتاع بانة رفاعة، كان مشوا عملوا education session في الschools elementary and high schools، explained البروجرام، تكلموا عن الكوفيد 19 والوقاية منه للطلبة، وأدوهم بروشورز عشان يودوها لناس بيتهم يكلمون عن فريق الاستجابة الطبية والحاجات اللي ممكن يعملوها. نفس التيم يعني this is ما شاء الله one of the stellar teams بتاعت رفاعة. مشوا في المركز الصحي، عملوا awareness session زي ما شايفين التحضيرات كانت للawareness session، عملوا social distancing للناس، يتعاونوا مع المركز، جابوا المدير بتاع المركز الصحي برضو يتكلم معاهم. ده تيم في أربجي برضو في الجزيرة، كان عملوا اتطوعوا في الفاكسين كلينيك وعملوا social distancing للأتنديز، جابوا لهم ماسك، جابوا لهم hand sanitizers. المستشفى مدعمنا معاهم جدا، المستشفى ذات عملت لهم بانرز، طبعوا لهم بانرز وخدتوها في المستشفى وخدتوها في كل المرافق المهمة في المدينة عشان الناس تعرف عن فريق الاستجابة الطبية. وزي ما شايفين في رقم التليفون هنا موجود، إذا كان أي زول عنده حالة عندها بتاعت كورونا وعنده symptoms أو عنده أي أسئلة ممكن يتصل على التيم في أربجي. ده التيم بتاعنا في الكلاكلة برضو عمل awareness session في النادي بتاع الكلاكلة، جابوا الناس وتكلموا لهم عن الفريق عن الكوفيد 19 والفاكسينيشن. actually الفوكس بتاع السيشن ده كان ال importance of vaccination. عندنا التيم بتاع monitoring evaluation ما حتكلم عنه كتير، لكن عايزة أتكلم لكم عن الجلوبال echo اللي هو الإيكو بروجرام. ده عبارة عن program to basically to move knowledge from subject matter experts في either academic institutions ولا high resource countries all the way to underserved communities to help the patient through telementoring و case based discussion. الفكرة بتاعته كلها based on telementoring، إنك تجيب الناس اللي ما عندهم access ل high medical knowledge وبتخطهم مع experts بصورة دورية، وبيكون الحكاية كلها عن case based discussion. الناس تجيب حالات من المجتمع وتناقشها مع الإكسبرت يدوهم فيدباك، يمشوا يطبقوا الحاجة دي ويجوا راجعين الأسبوع الجاي يدوهم فيدباك on what happened. This is simply what it is. يعني السيستم ده اتطبق هنا في أمريكا، كان بدأ في جامعة نيو مكسيكو وبعد ذاك expanded rapidly في كل أنحاء أمريكا. every state حتى عندها echo program، وبعد ذاك بقى في global echo all over the globe في echo programs. كل الدول اللي جنبنا فيها echo except السودان. حسي يداب السودان خشاه الايكو عن طريق CMRT program بتاعنا. هو عبارة زي كأنه virtual clinic basically, the easy way to think about it. فاتعاوننا مع جامعة نيو مكسيكو وعدد من organizations I'm gonna mention them in a minute to introduce 2 echoes. عندنا واحد اسمه global echo or general echo بيحصل مرتين في الشهر، بنجيب فيه subject matter experts من الفاكولتي بتاع CMRT وزارة الصحة، الجامعة بتاعتنا بتاعت نبراسكا or other subject matter experts from around the world. بنخطهم مع كل التيمز الفاسيليتيترز والimplementers وبيجيبوا cases ويدسكسهم. الايكو الثاني اسمه فاسيليتيتر ايكو، ده بس مخصص للفاسيليتيترز مع subject matter experts، والحته دي يعني focus on leadership development و soft skill development and they're really are amazing future leaders. So we wanted to invest in building their leadership skills. ده الاوتلاين بتاع السيشن. دكتورة نهى is our echo project manager at University of Nebraska Medical Center. She's the one who kind of leads the organization of these sessions. بنبدأ بويلكم وانترودكشن. مثلا في السيشن ده كانت واحدة من الفاسيليتيترز أبرار العالم، هو كانت leading الويلكم. بعد ذاك معنا دكتورة مرحة عبد العزيز who is the representative in the eco leadership team من وزارة الصحة. the quality directorate. She will make some remarks later. بتدينا introduction عادة عن الupdates بتاعت COVID-19 or COVID-19 vaccination. We then get a didactic from a subject matter expert. We move on to case-based discussion. We take 20 minutes. And then we end up with team updates and question and answer session. A session كله زي 1.5 hour usually. ده واحد من السيشنز. ده الإيكو هاب هناك في جامعة في وزارة الصحة الاتحادية. ودي الصورة من الأونلاين سيشن بتاعنا اللي بنعمله. البروجرام actually got really good uptake. في يعني Project Echo really helped us kind of get the word out في communities. The students were interviewed by multiple media. حسي واحدة من students yesterday she had an interview with Al Jazeera English. As you can imagine, the challenges بتاعتنا what has already been mentioned. الحتة بتاعت الانفراستراكشر، الانترنت، الكهرباء، المشاكل المواصلات عشان الناس حتى تمشي الايكو هاب، كل الحاجات دي is a major problem. And we have to remember احنا we're dealing with students، يعني ناس ما شغالين ما عندهم funding. That's definitely a biggest barrier. التحالف was very generous to support the program initially. And Project Echo is actually now helping us with some funding, at least for the first 10 months of the program, to compensate the students على the data that they use to access the Echo sessions. Like, unfortunately, even with that, the students are having such a hard time accessing الحاجة دي reliably، لأنه زي ما عارفين الإنترنت في السودان is a big problem بالذات في الحتات الريموت يعني. I was talking to the Echo team this past week and I said we're unfortunately creating some inequities حتى بالإيكو، يعني الناس في خرطوم في مدني they're able to access it well، لكن الناس في الشمالية وفي كردفان etc. are having some difficulty. لكن we're hoping to get some solutions يعني, even there were some solutions mentioned earlier that were very exciting to me. طبعا sustainability بتاعت volunteers is a big issue. That's why we're working very hard on collaborating مع الجامعات لأنه this provides us with sustainability. So far we communicated with 4 universities: جامعة الخرطوم, جامعة الجزيرة, جامعة كردفان, and جامعة دونغلا, and we actually had really good collaboration from all of them, and we're in the process of getting this program formally adopted as part of the university activities actually. This is أنا كان طلبت من الطلبة students to just put in 1 or 2 words what difference the CMRT made in their life and their community, and these are some of the comments that they made on Poll Everywhere. I just wanted to kind of share that with you all. يعني we're very inspirational, and that's يعني I tell people whenever I get depressed about what's happening in Sudan, I come and talk to these students, and then I am filled with hope and energy. إنه السودان إن شاء الله هيكون في good hands إن شاء الله. So that's what I'll have, and I'll stop here and we'll move on to the panel. We have a few members of the panel معانا دكتورة مرح, دكتورة نهى. So I'll give them the space to give some comments. وبعد ذاك نكون نشوف لو في أي أسئلة من الناس.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nada. I'll open my video. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Nuha Americani. I'm a product manager at University of Nebraska Medical Center and part of the leadership team in Sudan Next Gen and the board of trustees in SAMA. It's an honor to be here with all of you, and it's a pleasure to see many familiar faces and names. My dear sister here, Dr. Nada Fadl, was so kind to recommend that I join the UNMC team as a project manager, and alhamdulillah, I did so. It was absolutely amazing. And I actually didn't know that there was a global ECHO program. So when I joined the first session, Dr. Sanjeev Arora was actually there. And my mind was blown away. I loved everything they spoke about, how the program was implemented in different countries in Vietnam and how it made such a big effect and all that. So I remember just without even thinking, I sent him a message. I said, hello, Dr. Sanjeev, my name is Nuha. How can we get the ECHO program to Sudan? He was so kind to immediately, respond to us. He sent me his email address, and ever since we've been meeting with them bi-weekly, alhamdulillah, until we launched the program on May 29th with the CMRT program. We have additional programs that are ready to be launched soon, inshallah. One of them is actually ready and it's going to be launched in about a month from now. It's led by SAMA. It's the Frontline program, which focuses on acute medical emergencies, including, in cardiology, nephrology, oncology. There's also sessions on the ethics and professionalism and all that. So it's a 52-week-long program, and it was successfully implemented actually in 2018 in both Khartoum and Sinnar. I don't know, Dr. Sosan, do we have a couple of minutes to show a video? or?
Why don't we take a couple of questions and come back to your video, Doctora?
Absolutely, sounds great. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Khalafallah, I think I see your hand up.
Yeah, my question is actually to Dalia. The aim of the vaccination program is clearly not to reach herd immunity because it just doesn't look possible. So if the aim is to reduce mortality and actually to vaccinate people from 45 and older and people with chronic diseases, do we know how many millions or what's the population above that age? We do know that Sudan is pretty young, almost 70% below 25. Do we know how many above 45?
طيب شكرا دكتور خلف الله على السؤال. أيوة نحن من ناحية نمبر ممكن يكون يعني معروف يعني people above 45 في السودان هم 8,600,000 نسمة. احنا تارجت زم في الفاكسينيشن بروجرام بتاعنا هم 45 with comorbidity. لازم يكون يعني it's conditional إنه يكون عندهم one of the comorbidities. وهنا أخذنا زي ما قلت في التارجت استيميشن بتاعنا للبوبوليشن ديل، أخذنا الدايابيتس prevalence as a proxy indicator للأمراض المزمنة، وحسبنا من 2008 البروجكشن ل 2020 من التعداد السكاني، ممكن بالمحلية حتى في اللوكاليتي معروف إنه ممكن يكون في التارجت بوبوليشن بتاعنا في each locality كم. حاليا ال 45 with comorbidity في السودان احنا وصلنا لانه هم 2,100,000 تقريبا، وديل اللي اخذناهم as target لنا في المرحله الاولى بتاعت. I hope I answered the question.
Oh yes, thank you.
I know we're running over, لكن we have so much good content. So if you don't mind, I'd like to introduce Dr. Marah, who's here from the Federal Ministry of Health. We'd love to get some of her comments. And then again, we'll bring it back to Dr. Nuha as well, because I know she had some content she wanted to share. Dr. Marah, you're on mute, Dr. Marah.
Hello, hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Assalamu alaikum. First and foremost, it's an absolute honor to join all of you brilliant minds today. I want to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Marah Abdelaziz, representing the head of Partnership Department in the Quality Development and Accreditation in Sudan's Federal Ministry of Health. And I'm also the focal person and the team representative at the World Bank Currents project named Sudan COVID-19 Emergency Response Project that I will be working on. In quick background and in retrospective, I was nominated by the DG of the Quality Directorate, Dr. Muhammad Salah, and the head of the Patient Safety, Dr. Azza Farouk, to collaborate with the amazing Dr. Nada, Dr. Nuha, and Dr. Nahla to form the Sudan Eco Leadership Team, representing different great organizations like the SAMA, Sudan Next Gen, and the Federal Ministry of Sudan, University of New Mexico. In the Federal Ministry of Sudan, especially the Quality Directorate, which is broad and constitute of various departments like the IPC, Patient Safety, Institutional Development, Standards, Planning and Policy, we like to extend our collaboration basically and partnerships, and not only to be narrowed to governmental or NGOs and other ministries. Instead, we love to collaborate with partners, universities, campaigns, and anything that helps to serve the community. It's literally like a big home, and we're just like one big family. When I was first approached by Dr. Nada about the concept of the ECHO program, and especially the CMRT, I was overwhelmed to make this dream a reality. I took it a bit personal, as myself, I graduated from the University of Khartoum Faculty of Dentistry in 2017. We as graduates wait for at least a year to a year and a half to do our internships, which take itself about a year to complete in order for us to get a permanent registration to pursue our careers as clinicians. Majority of the graduates just wait in vain and find themselves lost, etc. So when I first understood the concept behind the CMRT and how graduate students, can you see me? Okay.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Don't worry.
Yeah. Graduates from different medical backgrounds, they all come together and help serve a very good purpose, which basically combats the COVID-19. I was actually overwhelmed, and I'm just like, let's get ready to do it. With the great support from the ECHO India, which was joining us, which helped tremendously with the IT support, and people from inside the Federal Ministry of Health, and the amazing mentorship from the leadership team. The Federal Ministry of Health became a hub for all the facilitators and implementers to join their sessions. Anybody without a secure internet can join from us. Now that the ECHO Sudan marked its star like ECHO leadership marked its start on Sudan, and the introduction of the ecosystem became very broad in Sudan. They were overwhelmed. Team ECHO was overwhelmed, and when the CMRT launched to combat this pandemic, and now we want to propose different CMRT projects in the Federal Ministry of Sudan. Mainly that includes an emergency triage system, which is a future hub that we want to establish in the ecosystem, as well as the hospital quality insurance in audit cycles in hospitals and hospital disaster preparedness in Sudan. Basically, concept plans with drills. And here the ECHO will help to utilize to bring hospital managers, states, Ministry of Health, and experts in the field to come together to go through hospital implementation drills, etc. And last but not least, the community leaders and members of the hospital advisory board to come together to create a big ECHO so that we can exchange our benefits, etc. That's basically it, and thank you. I'll pass the mic to Dr. Nuha.
Dr. Marah, before Dr. Nuha gets started, I just wanted to say thank you for your comments. And actually all of you, Dr. Nuha, Dr. Nada, Dr. Dalia, all of you, such impressive professionals who are doing some fantastic work for Sudan. And this is such a nice example of a collaboration that goes from something small to so much bigger and sort of and continues to roll up. So thank you so much. Dr. Nuha, I know you wanted to show us a video. Please go ahead. And I know we have a really great chat going on and some questions and comments, I'm sure. So I know we're way above time now. So those of you who have other commitments, I understand if you need to drop off, but we're around to stay to hear and hopefully chat more. Go ahead, Dr. Nuha.
Thank you, Dr. So like I said, this is a video showing how the frontline program was successfully implemented in Sudan in 2018 in both Khartoum and Sinnar. We actually have Dr. Salah Abu Sin, he was leading this program in Sudan with his colleagues when it happened. So I'll show you the video right now and we'll talk about it later.
فالغرض من الكورس هو تأهيل الأطباء المتواجدين خارج الخرطوم وداخل الخرطوم في التعامل مع طوارئ أمراض القلب بالذات أمراض الذبحات.
أنا رانيا عثمان من ولاية كسلة، مستشفى كسلة التعليمي. جينا الكورس بتاع الكارديولوجي ده. صراحة إحنا في الولايات ما عندنا أي باك جراوند عن كيف نتعامل مع الإمرجنسي بتاعت الهارت تحت الكارديو يعني. فإحنا لما جينا هنا للكورس فعلا استفدنا استفادة كبيرة جدا. عندنا حاجات كثيرة في الإمرجنسي الواحد بيكون ما قادر يتعامل معها لأنه ما عارف الحاجات الأساسية. فالحمد لله هنا جينا ولقينا البصات ما قصروا معانا واشتغلوا معانا شغل حلو وربنا يجازيهم خير، وإن شاء الله إحنا من هنا هنقدر ننقل الحاجات دي لولايتنا.
أتمنى إنه يعني الكورسات دي تكون بصورة مستديمة، ويعني يكون في يعني علاقة بين وزارة الصحة أو القائمين على أمر الكورسات دي هنا وجنوب السودان، عشان نقدر نجي بصورة راتبة نحضر الكورسات دي، أو هم يقدروا يمشوا ويعملوا الكورسات دي عندنا هناك، لأنه أمراض القلب حاجة مهمة جدا والتايم فاكتور فيها شيء مهم جدا، فلازم إحنا نكون أبديتنج بالبروتوكولز الجديدة عشان ما نفقد المريض بتاعنا.
So that was the Frontline program. Like I said, we're going to launch it, inshallah, in July 24th. And coming up next, inshallah, we're going to have a reproductive health program as part of SAMA's midwifery efforts on the ground. And I'd like to just invite, if anyone would like to reach out to us, and just let us know about any additional programs or how we can reach additional universities or states. Inshallah, we can't wait to see, just like Dr. Nada mentioned earlier, we can't wait to have people from all states join us and, just the equity for everyone, inshallah, throughout Sudan. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nuha. And I see there's a live chat, a very, very active chat about trying to find the platforms for ASAPA to use to sort of to allow for this fertilization of ideas and exchanges. So this is something definitely I see that would only potentiate your work and the work of others. I see Professor Nimr has turned on his camera. Did you have a comment or anything you wanted to add?
Thank you so much, Susan. I have enjoyed it very much. I followed all of those sessions closely. And I guess this is an amazing event. Thank you so much, all of you who work hard on inviting everybody to join us today, and for the excellent speakers. And each one cover a very important topic. And I guess the amazing thing that's all of it linked to Sudan and to the best interests of the nation. And I believe building on this energy and this momentum, we can do a lot in the coming few years. Well done. Thank you so much.
Sure. I think everyone is echoing your sentiments. I see it in the chat. Any other, I hate to close out this panel. I know we're just 12 minutes over, but any other thoughts or questions for the health panel from anyone? Unfortunately, I dropped off and my internet actually cut off, and I'm in Abu Dhabi. So my internet cut off, and then that's Sudan. They had good internet today. So any other comments or questions before we close it out?
And I just wanted to mention, as somebody who's been following vaccine efforts closely مع دكتورة Dalia and others, so what was presented here بصورة سريعة جدا in 20-30 minutes was an astronomical amount of work. ما بتتخيلوا الناس ديل the amount of work and energy that went into this. But I really just wanted to say hats off to Dr. Dalia and the team that's leading the vaccine effort in Sudan. I know there's so many challenges, so many barriers. ما قدرت أخش فيهم كلهم في presentation. لكن in spite of that, we have more than 500,000 people vaccinated in Sudan, which is amazing, considering where we have been and where we thought. So this is a great accomplishment, and we're here, inshallah, to help push that forward. Congratulations.
Yes, I'd like to echo using the same term, those sentiments. Dr. Dalia presented a very comprehensive, fantastic presentation that left no questions for anyone. The strategy was very clear. What you did was fantastic and phenomenal. So I think we're all very impressed. So thank you. Thank you for your efforts. Dr. Dalia, I think you wanted to say something.
شكرا دكتورة سوسن، شكرا حقيقي يا ندى لكم. يمكن أنا برضو ما تطرقت للدعم الكبير اللي احنا لقيناه من كل الزملاء خارج السودان. كانوا عون كبير لنا. احنا صراحة شغالين في ظروف صعبة جدا جدا، تغييرات سريعة، الوكيل المدير بيتغيروا بصورة دورية. ده كله بأثر على التيم ويرك اللي احنا شغالين فيه وعلى الهارموني بتاعنا في نفس الوقت. التشالنجز البرة في حرب شرسة في الإعلام على الصحة، على الفاكسين، على كده، لكن طول الوقت think tanks بتاعنا موجودين. الشباب البرة ما داير أذكر أسماء عشان ما أنسى، لكن كثير جدا. يمكن كتر خيره بروف باني برضو كان من الداعمين الأصيلين لنا في برنامج الكوفيد 19 فاكسين. ندى كانت مشكورة جدا جدا، ما قصرت يوم مننا، وحقيقي كانوا بالنسبة لنا سند وظهر. احنا كل ما الزول بيحبط فيه إحباطات كثيرة صراحة، لكن بنجي راجعين بنحس الشباب ده قدر شنو شايلين همنا وبيدعموا فينا. الزول بيديه جرعة كده بتاع التفاؤل، وبيبدأ بينطلق ثاني يوم من الصباح بروح جديدة وبتفاؤل جديد. برضو بشكر كل العاملين في وزارة الصحة الاتحادية. التيم صراحة كان رائع جدا جدا. البروفات في اللجنة الاستشارية للتحسين، بروف زين كرار، بروف على عربي، بروف عبد الغفار، عصام الخضر، كل الناس دي صراحة اشتغلت في عز الموجة الثانية. احنا كنا بنحضر الكوفيد 19 فاكسين وكانوا بيجوا داخل الوزارة في قاعاتنا الضيقة في ما فيها مكيفات كويسة، بيقعدوا بيشتغلوا معانا يد بيد وبيدعمونا. أنا صراحة يمكن دي كانت بالنسبة لي تجربة كبيرة شديد. اتوضحت في زي ما بيقولوا في المجهر شديد في الفترة اللي فاتت، لكن صراحة كانت تجربة سرة وتجربة كبيرة، وقدرت أشوف قدر شنو السودان ده صراحة محروس بجنود عظيمين، ونتمنى إنه نعدي إن شاء الله والمرحلة دي، ونتمنى إنه البانديميك ذات ربنا يرفع عننا البلاء. الحمد لله الشبمنة الجاية حتصل قريب، وكويس إنه بدينا نستفيد من التجارب أو من الدروس اللي حصلت في الفترة الأولى. الفترة الأولى كانت بالنسبة لنا فيها تشالنجز كبيرة شديد، إخفاقات، وبعدين نطلع فوق وننزل تاني، وحاجات كتير. يعني مثلا قرارات في دول تانية بتعطل أو بتنعكس علينا، زي مثلا قرار المملكة العربية السعودية بتاعت إنه الغادمين لازم يكونوا مطعمين، وديل وتشيز أصلا ما فئة مستهدفة في التطعيم بتاعنا، اضطرينا نفتح للمسافرين. يعني في حاجات كثيرة دايناميك الإيشو بتاع الفاكسين في السودان، لكن كويس إنه الناس بتتعلم تستفيد من التجارب دي، والحمد لله حاسة حاليا نحن في جود بوزيشن. الجرعات اللي جاتنا من الكوفاكس قدرنا تو ابزورب 70% منها، وإن شاء الله لحد ما الشهر الجاي بنكون خلصناه وتجينا الشحنة الجديدة. شاكري صراحة، شاكرة ومقدرة جدا لأنه الليلة كنت معاكم. It's my يعني pleasure to meet you all. شكرا نهى ومرح، حقيقي يعني أنا حتواصل معاكم ومع ندى في إنه كيف نستفيد من الشباب الموجودين دي، نفرغ تحت الاستجابة دي الطبية دي في إنه نقدر ندعم الفاكسينيشن بروجرام ذاته ويمشي بصورة جيدة يعني. شكرا يا دكتورة سلسل.
شكرا يا دكتورة داليا. والله الواحد صراحة عاجز عن التعبير ذاته. You guys are as long as you guys are في السودان إحنا we have a lot of hope. We have a lot of hope أفتكر. So sorry, that's my phone. I will give it to our chair, Professor Tahir, to close us out. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan. It's really a very nice set of sessions. I attended all of them. I enjoyed all of them. And I would like to thank the organizers and all the speakers for very well done sessions. The important message I would like to leave you with is tomorrow we have our second day, an important day, the business meeting for ASAPA. And that's a very important event at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 5 p.m. Khartoum time. And in that, we are going to discuss our annual report, financial report, and we are going to have the elections for the next cycle of ASAPA. If you liked all these sessions and the efforts that were presented, ASAPA was the organization that enabled that. And we would like it to continue into the future. We would like it to be even more successful into the future. And your participation tomorrow is very important, extremely important. And the link is in the email that you got from Susan. There is a link for the meeting tomorrow. So thank you very much, everyone. And from Khartoum here, have a very good night here in Sudan. And very good, I would think, evening in the US. Thank you. Bye-bye.